Hi.
Harry, you're on mute. Hello, Bill.
Good evening. Do you see a black strip on the side of my screen? My picture?
Yes, it looks like your camera is partially obscured by something.
It's weird.
It is not. I mean, it's probably okay. That's better.
Huh.
There you go.
There's a little slider.
Okay, yeah, that's fixed.
Cool.
Carrie, can we check your audio again? Still no audio.
We have Mohammed nearby.
We do. Do you need some help there?
No, I'm just thinking.
Oh, for Carrie? Yeah. Let's try.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank
Whatever
you.
you did worked. And Mayor, just so you know, Carrie and I are going to be tag teaming as far as public comment goes. She's going to be selecting the public and taking care of that. I'm just going to be operating the timer. So I mean, it should be seamless for you, but just so you're aware.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
There we go. We can hear you now, Mr. City Attorney.
Yeah, my video froze for a moment, so I had to bail and come back in.
Got it.
So you probably didn't hear me before. We are live.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I did excuse Ms. Hannah from attending the labor negotiation closed session. There isn't really much of a role for her tonight.
Sure. We've got just another minute or so, and we'll start.
Hi, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening. Let's begin. We have a special meeting of Pacific Grove City Council. It's Wednesday, April 7th, 2021. It's 5 p.m. Ms. Lindstrom, would you please give us a roll call, please?
Mayor Peak,
Here.
Councilmember Emilio,
Here.
Councilmember Coletti,
Here.
Councilmember McAdams,
Here.
Councilmember Pedori,
Here.
and Councilmember Smith and Tomlinson are absent.
Thank you. We'll now go to the second item on the agenda, which is approval of the agenda. And I want to start off with something that was originally on the agenda. I had announced as a report out from the March 17th meeting that we were going to have on our agenda tonight the city manager performance evaluation and employee contract. And prior agreement on council was that all council members needed to be present for these discussions. And seeing that we have 2 council members absent for this meeting, I'm rescheduling those 2 agenda items for our the date that we next meet. That'd be April 21st, starting at 4:30 p.m. And the second item I had was on our February 3rd closed session agreement or session discussion. We had agreed on in regards to conference with real property negotiators, portions of Sloat Avenue and Ocean View Boulevard. We had agreed that the next time we would meet, it would be at a regular session, open session. And that's in the minutes. So I recommend that we continue item B until a future regular meeting, open session. Any further discussion on the agenda? If not, may I have a motion to approve the amended agenda consisting of 1 item,
So
conference
moved.
with labor negotiators, POA.
So moved.
Do I have a
Second.
second?
I would like to ask a question.
Certainly.
Um,
Councilmember Pedori.
So can you just, for my clarity, something was on the agenda item in the closed session and now it's going to go back to open session? Is that what we are doing here?
No, well, in essence, yes, we had already agreed on February 3rd closed session at the end of the discussion on real property negotiations for Sloat and Ocean View Boulevard. Council had agreed that the next time this agenda item was up for discussion, it would be during a regular meeting, open session. So we were following through on that.
And so just for my sake, this topic, I don't know what the topic is exactly going on with item number B. Do we need to discuss it in closed session at all? Or, I mean, I understand what we did last time around, but should we discuss anything in closed session at all?
We have already, well, are you directing your question to me or to the city attorney?
Yeah, so maybe city attorney, I just want to clarify if this is okay or not. That's all that I want to know. I actually don't know what item number B is. So frankly, I don't know what is going on.
Council holds the privilege to conduct matters in closed session. Council is not obligated by law to exercise that privilege. Council can have its discussion in closed session. When it comes to providing direction to a negotiator, there are naturally some limits as to what you might want to provide in terms of direction to a negotiator. It's hard to negotiate when the other side knows every aspect of your negotiation. At the moment, from my perspective, there's no need to have this as a closed session item tonight.
Okay, thank you. And that explains it.
Ms. Lindstrom, may we have a vote, please?
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Pedori,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith absent, Councilmember Tomlinson absent. Motion carries 502.
Thank you. So we'll now go into closed session. It's one item, conference with labor negotiators. Our city negotiators are Ben Harvey, our city manager, and Tori Hanna, administrative services
Mr. Mayor,
director.
before
Pardon?
you go into closed session, you might want to take public comment.
Yeah, I will. Just I haven't forgotten. And Letitia Livian, our human resources director, and Donna Williamson from LCW. And the employee organization is the Police Officers Association. And do we have any public comments?
I see no hands raised.
All right, let's just give it a pause for a second. See if anybody changes their mind. Well, looks like not. So we'll now go into closed session and we'll report out any results in regular session at 6 o'clock.
Hello, everyone. We're live.
Good evening, everyone. We'll start in just a minute.
It looks like Councilmember Joe Melio is on the attendee list. Well, now he isn't. Okay.
I see him. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. It's a regular meeting of the Pacific Grove City Council. It's Wednesday, April 7th, 2021 at 6 p.m. I'll ask our Deputy City Clerk, Ms. Lindstrom, please give us a roll call.
Mayor Peak,
Here.
Councilmember Emilio,
Here.
Councilmember Coletti,
Here.
Councilmember McAdams,
Here.
Councilmember Pedori,
Here.
Councilmember Smith absent, Councilmember Tomlinson absent.
Thank you. Will everyone please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May I have a motion to approve the agenda or a discussion of any modifications? Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I would actually like to pull item 11A and move that to our next meeting when we have hopefully the entire council present.
May I hear, do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second.
Excuse me, discussion?
Yes, discussion on the motion.
Yes,
Councilmember Emilio.
I wanted to pull, at this time, I'd like to pull a consent item.
Well, can we hold off on that till we get to
Okay.
the consent agenda?
Okay,
All right.
I'll
Appreciate
second it.
that. Councilmember Pedori, did you have any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, mine was also on an item in the consent agenda. I needed to pull it.
Okay, let's wait till we get there. It'll be just a moment, please. All right. Ms. Lindstrom, may we have a vote, please?
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Pedori.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith absent, Councilmember Tomlinson absent. Motion carries 5-0-2.
Thank you very much. I want to point out that it's unusual. We have 2 council members absent, but that doesn't change the number of votes needed to approve an item. And perhaps our city attorney, Mr. Laredo, could say that more eloquently than I.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought you were fairly explicit. Yes, our charter requires 4 affirmative votes at a minimum for any action of the council.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll now go to a presentation on fair housing, and Ms. Schaefer, welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of our City Council, members of staff, and members of the public. I'm here this evening to help us celebrate Fair Housing Month our honorable mayor issued a proclamation naming April 2021 as Fair Housing Month, and you can find that on our city website. And I'd like to introduce one of my student interns from CSUMB. She spent a lot of time this semester thinking about and researching fair housing, and she'd like to share her presentation with you. So with no further ado, Christina, go on.
Thank you, Terry. Let me share my screen. So today I'm going to be going over the fair housing, but before that, I'd like to do a brief introduction. So like Terry mentioned, my name is Christina Yasay, and I'm a second year MSW student. Terry's my field supervisor. And then I just wanted to mention during my undergrad, I did internships at Safe Ag Safe Schools and MILPA. Both of those are policy-driven nonprofit organizations that I was at. And then I created a curriculum and taught it for 8th grade students on the east side of Salinas on civic engagement, pesticide history, and awareness. So for any family members who worked in the fields, we would give them tips on what to do when they got home with their clothing, what to do in the grocery stores when they were buying produce. And then I also wanted to mention that I grew up in Pacific Grove. My grandma still lives there, and I spent half of my life in Pacific Grove, and that's my grandma down there at the bottom. So I'm going to be going over the history of housing prior to the Fair Housing Act. So the Fair Housing Act was not passed until 1968. And this was decades after state and federal policies had already deliberately isolated minorities and veterans from areas that were designated for whites only. So despite its passage, it did nothing to reverse or undo a century's worth of state sanctioned violations, and housing remained segregated in the years that followed. So now I'm going to talk about redlining, which was most commonly used between 1880 to 1917. And this is where lenders refused to grant loans or insure mortgages to African Americans who were seeking housing in these certain type of neighborhoods. And so there would be maps that were just outlined. And I have one here of San Jose, where you could see that they were considered risky, and mortgage lenders were discouraged from financing these properties. And what it did was it extracted wealth and created barriers to resources and opportunities for people of color. And so it functioned as a way to hoard these type of resources among the included group and restricted access to people of color and minorities. Covenants were most commonly used in 1880 to 1968, and the use of the covenants became popular in 1917 by segregationists when the Supreme Court deemed city ordinances illegal. And they worked to segregate cities without any blame being placed on municipal leaders. They were very common in California and endorsed by the federal government. And some properties still contain covenants on their deeds today. And I know there's some in the Bay Area and in Pacific Grove as well. Here are different mechanisms that were carried out after the covenants and redlining. So block busting, where you would persuade a homeowner to sell their home due to fear of a minority family possibly moving into that specific neighborhood, and then going and selling the home at a higher cost. And then there was steering, where they would take a prospective African-American home buyer to only Black or minority community instead of showing them different communities that were more integrated. And the GI Bill's effects on the World War II veterans. So from the World War II through the Vietnam War, the VA adopted the Federal Housing Administration's racial exclusion programs when they began to insure mortgages for the returning veterans. So despite the promise of the guaranteed home loans, veterans and their families still struggled to purchase or rent homes in certain areas because of their race. So the VA did not administrate the loans. Therefore, financial institutions took advantage of that. So it was based on states to do it, and they took advantage of that. The state's hand in segregation. So the New Deal also contributed to a state-sponsored system of segregation, and the underwriting manual of the Federal Housing Administration explicitly laid out the racist policies, stating incompatible racial groups should not be permitted to live in the same communities. So segregation was systematically achieved through the state and federal government. And today's local zoning regulations achieve those same results by regulating the opportunities to use and develop mixed family developments. Then I want to talk a little about the not in my backyard influence. So this is like local opposition to new development, which further segregates cities racially and economically. So many developers see not in my backyardism as like a barrier to new developments, and it's a major contributing factor to the state's insufficient housing supply even currently today. And it's the mentality, it doesn't align with the Fair Housing Act, and it doesn't promote equality. The Yes in My Backyard Act. So there is the law and there's the movement. I did reach out to someone who's part of it, who's a Seaside City Council member, and we had a brief discussion, and he was telling me what he does, and they enforce state housing laws by suing suburban cities who don't comply with the state laws, and they compel cities to build affordable housing that California law requires. And they also help increase transparency by requiring grant recipients to explain why they have not implemented inclusive zoning practices. And then there's also the movement that works with policymakers to help pass legislation at the state and local level. And then they also help with going into different communities, providing resources and education to the municipalities to help get legislation passed. Exclusionary zoning, it creates a shortage of affordable housing, and this takes the hardest toll on low income and people of color. It also creates a lack of diversity, and it further segregates cities among racial and economic lines. And the residential separation we see today will continue to contribute to reinforced income inequality, and it will only widen the wealth gap. So the lasting impact of historical racism. While the Fair Housing Act attempted to prohibit future discrimination, segregation tactics continued. Its passing did not enable people of color to be able to relocate to the areas they were once excluded from, and instead they were left out of the possibility of securing home equity. So moving forward, what we can do is recognize the historical ways that cities have been instrumentally segregated and consider any measures that contribute to exclusive development. And we should support inclusive housing production, strengthen incentives and accountability for local and private entities, and ensure that they're advancing the fair housing and rooting out systematic racism. And the housing element is just one way to start inclusivity by being objective to the design standards and also updating the general plan, and continue to strive for equity and diversity. And I know it's something that Pacific Grove has been trying to do. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you, everyone. Sorry I was a little bit fast and rushed on that. If you guys have any questions.
Well, thank you very much, Christina. Well, now go to council. If you could stop. Yeah, perfect. Council member comments on this? Council member McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Christina, for your work and your excellent, the project that you're working on and the presentation that you provided this evening. You brought up the covenants, and actually a lot of Pacific Grove deeds have covenants. And I wanted to share a couple of sentences that are in them, quoting that the premises herein described or any part thereof shall not be in any manner used or occupied by Asiatics or Negroes. And the parties of the second part, buyers, agree not to sell or lease the said property or any part thereof, nor to convey the deed or otherwise any portion of the premises herein described, excepting to persons belonging to the Caucasian race. And there is more language in the deeds that basically says that the only people that could live on the property is if they are, quote, except persons of said races that may be employed as household servants. So we do have a lot of work to do. And again, those are still in a lot of Pacific Grove deeds. And so I really appreciate you bringing that awareness up. and talking with, other councils, and really, looking at a regional and collaborative way to address housing and housing discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McAdams.
Councilmember Baduri.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would like to thank Ms. Yasay as well for the presentation and what you're doing. Collaboration is really key around this item because housing, irrespective of whatever demographic it is, we really need to have a range of people and we need to have all of them living in our community. It's really a critical need, and whatever we can do to get the decent housing that they can afford helps in this situation. So appreciate the fact that you're bringing this here. You've talked to the Seaside Council members. I think that's what we really need, is to collaborate and see how we can actually provide affordable housing and be really inclusive of the community, the entire community that's there. I know we have a task force here that we're establishing. I'm hoping that we can use that as a leverage to really improve upon whatever we're doing. But really appreciate all these efforts that you are undertaking too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Baduri.
I just want to jump in and echo comments that you've just heard from Council Members McAdams and Baduri, and appreciate you being a intern for us. So this, I understand you're about to leave us. Is that correct, for the end of your time as an intern?
Yes, that is correct. So next month is my last month, and then I'll be doing my upper level internship. So I'll be doing it at a different type of agency. So I tried to focus this semester or this year on policy because I'm really interested in policy, but I'm trying to get more of a different experience. But it is going to be my last semester with the City of Pacific Grove.
Well, thank you for being here, and thanks to Ms. Schaefer for her mentoring as well. Councilmember Amelia.
Thank you. Again, I'll echo the comments too, but I just wanted to add, in the New York Times, there was an article I read, I think at the beginning of the week, where an African-American engineer was with his family trying to move into a neighborhood. He passed away, so it was quite a few years ago. And he couldn't get into the neighborhood. And I forgot if it was in Brooklyn or it was on the East Coast. But either way, what happened was he found one of his buddies who was Caucasian, and the guy got the loan for him. So he was able to move into the become integrated in the neighborhood. And the neighborhood went wild, apparently. That was quite a few years ago, 70 or 80 years ago. But if you look up the New York Times, you probably could find it. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Emilio.
Ms. Schaefer, is there anything else on this agenda item?
No, Mr. Mayor, and just look forward to additional information each week in the city manager's weekly summary about fair housing. Thank you so much.
And thank you. And Ms. Schaefer assisted me with a Fair Housing Month proclamation that's on the city website as well. And if any members of the public have any comments on this presentation, we're going to have general public comment here in just a moment. And we're happy for you to voice your opinion about this topic. Next, we'll go on to council and staff announcements. We'll start with our city attorney, Mr. Laredo.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. Bear with me, please. My announcement today is going to be a little longer than it usually is. To begin with, I'd like to report on that closed session, that portion of the closed session on March 24th. If you'll recall, council had a closed session that was reported upon before the 6 p.m. regular session, but there was one item that could not be completed, and therefore after the regular session ended at 6 p.m. on the 24th, council adjourned to resume its closed session discussion. The item under discussion was the one item of anticipated litigation related to Measure L, and as to that discussion, I provided a status report, responded to questions of council during that closed session, but no reportable action was taken on that matter. There was a closed session tonight at 6 p.m. Prior to the closed session, it was noted that council members Tomlinson and council member Smith were not going to be able to attend. Item B on tonight's closed session, which is the conference with real property negotiators, was pulled in open session before the closed session, and it was continued to April 21st. It was also noted that the mayor did announce before going to closed session that previously it had been anticipated that two other items that had previously were planned to be on tonight's closed session were not going to be on the closed session. Those were namely the city manager's performance evaluation and the city manager's contract negotiations issue. Neither of those were on the agenda because it was known that the two council members could not attend and that those items should come on a future agenda when all 7 council members are present. The only remaining item on the closed session, therefore, was the conference with labor negotiators concerning the Peace Officer Association's labor contract. And as to that, staff did provide a general background of a status report of the negotiations to council, did receive general direction and respond to questions, but no specific reportable action was taken on that. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my closed session report. I would like to, if I may, continue. I have 2 items of general information. My office is going to continue providing 2 of its continuing lecture series in terms of providing mandatory training for public officials. On the 15th, that's this Thursday, we are providing the AB 1825 ethics. I'm sorry, it is a sexual harassment prevention training. That's 2 hours of training that begins at 9:30. If you have a desire to attend, please contact Carrie Lindstrom at the city manager's office. Also, 2 weeks thereafter, on the 29th, my office will be conducting again at 9:30 on Thursday, the Ethics and Brown Act training, and that also is open. Those are both Zoom training sessions, and that also begins at 9:30. So if you have a desire to either attend the harassment prevention or the Ethics Brown Act training, please contact Carrie Lindstrom. That concludes my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Harvey, do we have any staff announcements?
Mr. Mayor, just one. There was a recent change performed by AMP and Comcast. For our television viewers this evening, they may experience a slight distortion in their picture. We are aware of this. It will be addressed prior to the next city council meeting. As far as hearing and participating in the meeting, it should not impact that. I just wanted to make the television viewing public aware of that.
Thank you. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to take a minute and welcome our PGUSD students, staff, and faculty back to school, as some students have returned back to the classrooms this week. Thank you for continuing to educate our students during the pandemic. And as school has resumed, for the public, please drive safe and slow down. Also, the mayor and the Pacific Grove Chamber and myself, we have partnered with Central Avenue Pharmacy, Meals on Wheels, and ITN Monterey County, working on bringing some vaccine clinics here to Pacific Grove. We will definitely keep the public posted as dates and locations are confirmed. Thank you.
Any other council member announcements? Seeing none, I've got a couple. And this month, April, we have 4 city committees meeting. Tomorrow, the Planning Commission, the next week, the Architectural Review Board, and the last week in April, the Recreation Board and the Traffic Safety Commission. All other committees will be meeting next month in May. And thank you to staff for posting that on the online city calendar. And also to let everybody know that April 19th to the 25th, that's in 12 days, Earth Week cleanup. So if you want to participate in keeping our community clean, please contact Amy Colony. And that ends council and staff announcements. We'll now go to public comment. Ms. Lindstrom, do we have, it looks like we've got a few people.
Yes, Mo Amar, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members, City Council. Mo Amar with the Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank Council Member Jenny McAdams. She coordinated and assisted us in holding a vaccine clinic. The clinic will be held on Tuesday, April 20th at Asilomar Conference Grounds, and we're limiting that to the people of Pacific Grove. And we still have approximately 45 availability, and all that anybody would need to do is contact the chamber and we will take excellent care of them. This is in cooperation with the VNA, Visiting Nurses Association.
It's happening.
The chamber's number is 373-3304. Thank you and have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Ah, God, okay, there it is.
Pauline Ingram, you have the floor.
Welcome.
I'm trying to unmute myself.
You are unmuted.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to also announce our partnership with Public Works volunteer program for the trash cleanup for Earth Day week. Last year, Council Member McAdams reached out to Sustainable Pacific Grove and many other environmental NGOs for help in tackling our growing trash problem caused by increased tourism and the pandemic. It's a daunting and complicated problem, but we found what we think might be part of the solution. Many of us trash collectors have noticed that people will litter where they see litter. And if we can keep our town clean, that will foster the respect for our environment. So this partnering we're doing is to engage the community to participate in a trash cleanup starting with Earth Week. We're looking for dedicated individuals to join us to clean during the week and hopefully throughout the year. What we're asking from the volunteers is to commit to a trash pickup in at least one location during Earth Day week, complete a City of PG volunteer application and report your volunteer hours on the volunteer portal, submit photos of trash you've collected during this Earth Week. And what you will get when you sign up with the Trash Club is you'll get one trash kit that has reusable gloves, a gripper grabber, waterproof reusable bag, and a carabiner that you can put them all together with, along with a volunteer vest. We'd love to have some long-term commitment, but if people are unable to commit past this Earth Week, we ask that they return the kit and the vest so that we can give it to another volunteer. We currently have 24 kits and we'll probably have 36 to go for Earth Week. We also have 10 to 12 new volunteers that are interested in joining us for this. So like Mayor Peak said, if you're interested, please contact Amy Colony with the City of Pacific Grove and the Public Works Department. The Chamber has also reached out to all of their members if they would like to participate in cleaning up their areas in front of their businesses, which they probably already do, but this is just something to show a little extra love to Mother Earth. We can deliver a free little 4x6 Earth Day flag for them to post at their business. So Sustainable Pacific Grove would love to thank the City of Pacific Grove and Council Member McAdams for getting this going, and we hope that we have a really successful time.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak?
Inga Doimer, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Mayor and council members, this is actually a systemic problem that keeps cropping up, and I just hope that by bringing it out in public comment, that maybe some real action will be done. Because you have an errata sheet that came out once, and then again, you know, when I wrote her back, we have a template that is absolutely unworkable that is slapped on for our ordinance, the enacting part of it, which says to implement affect this ordinance. It's not grammatical, it makes no sense. They, in the errata sheets, they mark it out, but the problem is, it's on the Planning Commission tomorrow too. The ordinances keep popping out with this, and it needs to be changed within the system. And so I'm bringing this up because it would really make life simpler to have it correct the first time. And I won't pull the other item in the consent if I can address it here, which is that in the March 17th minutes, it was stated in the report out for closed session that it would be the city manager's evaluation on April 7th. It was put off because of something else, and then that he wouldn't be here or something else. And then it was said April 7th. Well, I appreciate David Laredo's report out tonight, but it's a little bit late, isn't it? Because the public should have been made aware way before that this was not going to be, even on a notice on a weekly report or something, because, you know, when you change and add a different agenda item, it's very, very misleading. And if the city is actually striving for transparency and accuracy and excellence, I think these things would best be addressed. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Stu Reynolds, you have the floor.
Welcome.
There, I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. And so I wanted to speak just briefly about the issue of live music. Is this the right place to do that?
Absolutely.
So my name is Stu Reynolds, and I'm one of the musicians that plays in the little jazz quartet at Wildfish there right in downtown. And I just wanted you all to know how incredibly thrilled people are to see us out there making this music. It's really heartwarming. Night after night, people come up to us and tell us how thrilled they are to be able to see live music again after, 14 months of not being able to see this kind of spontaneous art. And geez, one night a woman was in tears because the music was so evocative for her. And it's not just the people seated in the restaurant either. People walking by on the sidewalk consistently just light up. The joy it generates is palpable, and people are hungry for it. In fact, some folks driving by heard the music and then canceled their dinner reservation in Carmel and stayed with us, and so they could enjoy the music as well as dinner. So that's all I have to say. I just want you to know how incredibly joyous it has been out there, and how many people are making it so clear to us that they're benefiting from that music. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Montier, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening and thank you. Peter Mountier, Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce. I just wanted to speak on the live music bit as well. Pacific Grove is clearly having a bit of a moment right now with our outdoor dining scene. The live music and the parklets have been very popular, and I think it would behoove the city to be as supportive as possible to on live music as we continue to move through our reopening. So I just wanted to put that out there. I know it's also going to show up under another item later today, but that's all for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I see no other hands raised. Wait, we have one more.
Welcome.
Kim Bowie, you have the floor.
Welcome. Ms. Bowie, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Kim Bowie, President of the Friends of the Pacific Grove Public Library, and I represent over 300 members of our great organization. And we would like to recognize National Library Week, which is this week, with the theme, Welcome to Your Library. We want to celebrate that our library serves everyone, our diverse community, equitably and inclusively. We want to celebrate that library services extend far beyond the building walls, as the Pacific Grove Library has shown us over the past 12 months, with virtual story times, socially distanced park programs, downloadable books, online services, and even a virtual symphony performance streamed from our very own, if I may use the phrase, Carnegie Hall. And we especially want to celebrate 113 years of the Pacific Grove Public Library, now in a beautiful, renewed, functional building that we can't wait to get fully into. We want to thank the council and the community for your investment in our library services, which are really investments in the health, the well-being, the education, and the prosperity of our community. We really appreciate the support of city staff and our dedicated library employees. I'm very careful when I go out in the world and I wear a mask, but somehow people still recognize me. And today, after walking in the woods, I was stopped by one of the seniors in our community asking about when the library was going to be open. I was pleased to let her know that our library is now able to be physically open 2 hours a week, Thursdays from 2 to 4. She was hoping she could get there, but she was very concerned because for her, the library is a technology lifeline. She's not able to access the internet and she uses the computers at the library. But more than that, she also has the help of the friendly, welcoming library staff who help her get what she needs to get done when she isn't able to do it herself. So on behalf of the Friends, on behalf of so many people in our community, residents, families, everyone, we are so looking forward to the day when our community will be safe enough that we can enter the library, see each other, greet our neighbors, find our books, find our resources, and be together again. We can't wait until we can all be welcomed back into our library. On National Library Week, thank you for all you do for the community.
Thank you. We're also looking forward to that day too.
Liz, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Hi, so I'm Liz Jacobs from Wildfish Restaurant. My husband and I are the owners of Wildfish. And we would also like to speak about the live music. Is that okay to speak right now?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm also the chairman of the bid committee. I'm not speaking so much now as as part of the bid committee. However, it was unanimously passed today that there was support for the live music. The conversation this morning and the conversations that I've been having with locals, with guests in our restaurant and with other business owners is that there's an overwhelming support for the live music. We have been confused a little bit as to what is required by the ordinances and codes, and have had a few different interpretations, I guess, of that. So we're looking forward to clarification. We understand there's a conflict of ordinances, and we're really hoping that the city manager may alleviate this problem in the short term by using emergency powers to allow the amplified music on the sidewalk to go ahead. In the long term, I think that there needs to be a solution with, fixing this clash, this legal clash, and making it more transparent for people who want to comply with all requirements that they're subject to, but also are creative about, wanting to develop our amenities in Pacific Grove and forge ahead. And I just want to say that with this was completely by accident, I would have to say. We never wanted to go outside, and but it was when we got the parklets last year, thanks to the chamber and their vision. It did allow us in the first instance to survive, which was the main goal of it. But quite unexpectedly and very delightfully, we discovered that when we were approached by local musicians that, we could do something. We had applied. I mean, in those days, nobody really knew what was happening, but, we thought, the whole restaurant was going to have to be outside on the sidewalk. And so I'd put in my application to use the sidewalk, that I wanted all the space, that I could, up to, I think, Marita's dress boutique, and out into the street. At that time, we were talking about closing Lighthouse. And, so there was all this energy put into looking at, being outside, and the live music evolved that way. And we were extremely surprised to see the amazing support and how it's put us on the map, and how big, the quality hotels in the area are all sending people to our area. Really nice guests. I mean, absolutely lovely folks that are really.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. I think your point was well made. Thank you.
I see no one else.
All right, we'll close general public comment and go to the consent agenda. As usual, I'm going to pull item 9A, local emergency actions, to be heard immediately following the consent agenda. Councilmember Emilio.
Yes, I would like to pull 8C.
All right. And Councilmember Fedori.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item number 7A.
All right, let's go out to the public and see if the public wishes to pull any consent agenda item.
I don't see any hands raised.
All right. Well, by my reckoning, I think 7A, as it's a hearing, needs to become 11B. Mr. Harvey or Mr. Laredo, is that right?
Yes, it is.
All right, so 7A becomes 11B. And
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I
Yes.
believe that because the council continued 11A, it would just be 11A.
Oh, you're absolutely right. My mistake. And then 8C, check register. Let's put that as new business 13B. That'd be at the end. All right, with those changes, may we have a motion to approve the modified consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
And it's Councilmember Emilio, I think, was the second. May we have a vote, please?
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Pedori.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith absent, Councilmember Tomlinson absent. Motion carries 5-0-2.
Thank you. So I'll just briefly summarize what we've just done. We've approved council member minutes from March 3rd, March 10th, March 17th, and March 24th. And we have adopted a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a fire equipment maintenance services agreement with the city of Monterey. Thank you, Mr. Harvey. And we have held a second reading and adopted an ordinance amending municipal code sections 2308.26 and 0.64 pertaining to parking standards. We've received a report, City of Pacific Grove Annual Report of Solid Waste Recycling and Organics Collection Services 2020, submitted by Green Waste Recovery, Inc. And it included a timeline for future items. So for folks that were not aware, the city is in the trash hauling and recycling franchise business. We'll be talking about that more. We've received a report from myself on regional meetings. And we've directed staff to prepare a resolution in support of the NOAA building for ocean science, conservation, art, and public education. And that concludes the consent agenda items that we just approved. So moving on to the regular agenda, as was mentioned, we've continued item 11A on ex parte contacts to our next regular meeting. So we're on to the former item 7A. And that item is Ms. McAdams. Councilmember McAdams, second reading of an ordinance to create a task force on diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't pull the item. Councilmember Pedori did.
Okay, let's start with Councilmember Pedori. Did you want a presentation? Obviously this is a second read. So
yeah, do we first go out for public comment before I?
Yeah, okay. I'm just asking, did you want to have a repeat of the presentation from prior meeting?
No, I'm good with the presentation. I actually had some comments about the actual content.
Okay. Then let's go out to public comment on this particular agenda item.
Tina Rao, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Tina Rao, and I'm a Pacific Grove resident. I've lived in PG in my early years, and after leaving for 20 years to pursue my career, I've returned to start the next chapter of my life. We bought a home here, we remodeled it, and we're ready for what's next. I'd like to be considered as a community participant on the Equality and Empowerment Task Force, because I believe that the task force of this nature should include the diversity it seeks. I I previously submitted a letter expressing a willingness to volunteer on the task force. As a member of the LGBTQAI community, I believe that we can add a perspective that the task force could benefit from. At work, I've served as co-chair of the Women's Leadership Development, as well as co-chair of the LGBTQ Business Resource Group. I've just retired from the same company I've worked for the last 34 years. My company has been around for 114 years, and we've had to change its policies and culture to reflect a more diverse and inclusive workforce. Once those policies were in place, we also had to help people embrace the change. I believe that I can draw on those experiences to add value to the task force. As a citizen who wants to be more engaged in the community I live in, I'm looking forward to helping Pacific Grove become more inclusive. I've lived in large cities and in small towns, and I believe the key to a successful community is to create a community that welcomes everyone, a community that's diverse and inclusive, drawing from the strengths and experience that diversity brings. I feel my background would be an asset to this diversity and inclusion task force, and I look forward to serving if selected. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other hands.
All right, let's bring this back to council. Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had a question. So this had like 4 updates, and one was really around this second reading of the ordinance. But from what I understand, we have now become a member of the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. So that's something that we're already a part of. That membership is already in place. I just wanted to understand, since we're already part of that membership, what immediate benefits do we have through that membership that the council can utilize? Thank you. And maybe this is for probably the city manager, because I think you were instrumental in signing that too. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Pedori, through the mayor. So there is some material that has been sent to the city from the GARE organization, which I'm happy to forward to the entire council. In addition, GARE recently made me aware of a virtual conference that they're having in May. Our membership affords us 1 complimentary ticket. In the interest of making sure that we took advantage of this, I signed up for it myself, but I would be happy, of course, to sign up any council members that wish to participate. I don't recall the dates offhand. I seem to recall it was early May. And beyond that, they are also supposed to, and I will follow up again with them, provide us with a coordinator to help us implement policies and procedures. I made it clear in our membership that we're in the infancy of this, and so we don't have an established office or primary designee or policy in place. So they do have a regional coordinator who will be made available to us that can help with that expertise. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. If I may, I think whoever attends that meeting, usually if it's a virtual call, they share presentation materials, etc. I would like, I'm not gung-ho about attending that meeting. Anybody who wants to attend can attend, but I do want to see what the presentation materials are and any other resources that we can utilize now. Nothing paid. Hopefully it's part of the membership, but anything that we can use. Thank you.
Any other council discussion on this item? Seeing none, may we have a vote, please?
Mayor Peak?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know that you have a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped the gun here. Sorry about that. I see Councilmember McAdams has also realized my mistake. Councilmember
I move we hold a second reading of an ordinance to create a task force on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and authorize publication of a summary approved by the city attorney.
I'll second that.
All right, now may we have a vote, please?
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Pedori,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith absent, Councilmember Tomlinson absent. Motion carries 5-0-2.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is 12A, status of the city's water allocation, entitlement, and wait list. Director Aziz, welcome.
Yes, thank you. I have a brief presentation. Let me do that. From the beginning. That's visible to everyone?
Yes.
Great, perfect. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Tonight, I'm bringing forward to you on our 6-month rotation the update of the potable water demand here in Pacific Grove. So each month, the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District releases a monthly allocation report and a monthly entitlement report in their regular meeting packet. And the most recent reports available when this report was written indicated that the city had 0.079 acre feet of water available for allocation, and that's for no fee, and 33.442 acre feet of entitlement water remaining available for purchase, which is referred to as entitlement water. So I think as the council is aware, public potable water available for allocation remains extremely scarce in Pacific Grove. And water demand currently exceeds the city's current allocation supply. So that's the water that is supplied without a fee by approximately 4.2 acre feet. Entitlement water, which the city has had available for sale since about July 2019, is still available, but it does come with a fee set by City Council. So in brief, this demand summary table tried to make it as clear as possible, the different sort of buckets of water that are available. So the what's referred to as a non-entitlement water is the water, like I said, that is not charged for. There's a smidgen of water available. A number of property owners have elected to stay on a wait list. They either don't want to pay for water, or they have another regulatory issue, like a lack of a water meter. So you see there is a deficit of water of over 4 acre feet there, negative 4.112 approximately. The next column is a portion of entitlement water available for purchase. Council did split the entitlement water into 2 buckets, one that's for general purpose purchase and one for affordable housing. So just running through the one that's the non-affordable housing, a 26.89 acre feet was allocated by council. It's available. About 3.898 has been distributed. And there is an amount that's waiting on this list, but they're in process. They've submitted building permits and they're moving through that process. So that's about 11.4746 acre feet. So the balance remaining that's still available for purchase is just over 11.5 acre feet. And then affordable housing, council allocated about 11.5 acre feet for affordable housing projects. Of that, about 1.05 has been distributed. Again, this is waitlisted, so that indicates in this case those that are going through the building permit process because there is water available, but it hasn't been debited by the water management district yet, so they haven't completed their purchase process. But there is still about 9.87 acre feet available for sale for affordable housing. And so the amount of available for affordable housing would translate into approximately either 141 new accessory dwelling units or 82 multifamily dwelling units using the water management district's factors. And I'd just like to add that to date, new accessory dwelling units do represent the bulk of this just over 1 acre feet of entitlement for affordable housing that's been distributed. And council did receive that report on affordable housing that we submitted to Housing and Community Development for 2020. I think that was at the last council meeting. Commercial projects are in the entitlement water available for purchase column. And of the larger projects there include a mixed use project at 520 Lighthouse Avenue that you see is under construction right now. And that is a much longer construction timeline, I think, as you can see, than some of these smaller accessory dwelling units. So because of the longer construction timelines, that can be 18 to 24 months, the project at 520 Lighthouse has deferred payment, but that payment will be received prior to final occupancy of the building permit. And I think with that, that concludes my staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go out for public comment.
I see no hands raised.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to council. I think Councilmember Pedori was the first to raise his hand.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I didn't have a comment on this agenda item. My question was, usually I see item 9A, emergency actions, also being discussed.
We must, boy, exactly. I am just trying.
But I don't have anything here, so thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for bringing that up. I need everybody here on this Zoom call to keep this meeting in order. So right after this, we'll do the local emergency actions. Councilmember McAdams and then Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Aziz, for the report. I really am delighted to see almost 1 acre feet going towards allocation for ADUs. That's very exciting. Regarding the mixed use project at 520 Lighthouse Avenue and the deferred payment, is this a city program?
Through the mayor. No, this was the first time that that request had come before the city. The amount is quite a large amount when you compare it to its, I think, over $600,000 versus many of these other ones are much smaller, ranging from around 1,000 to 20,000. So it's a significantly larger amount with a longer construction timeline. So this applicant requested that. It's the first time that the request was made. So this was a device that was seen to help defer the payment, but still require it prior to final occupancy. And there is now another applicant, a large commercial applicant, has also requested it, but nothing has been executed.
So the city is deferring payments for water entitlements?
There is one promissory note that does defer the payment because of the longer construction timeline.
Okay, and the promissory note that we're talking about, it's in the amount of like $625,000 for the 520 Lighthouse Avenue project. Is that about the dollar amount?
I believe that's approximately the dollar amount.
Okay, and so I looked in our city code and council policies and prior agenda packets, and I didn't see this ever coming to council. So how did it come about, or who determines which water entitlement sale can receive deferred payments?
This was the first time that question was ever been raised, and again, because it's such a large amount, it was discussed internally. And given that, if there is a particular trigger, like receiving the final occupancy of your building permit is a pretty large leverage that the city has in order to guarantee payment, because that is significant. So that was discussed internally and it was brought forward.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I guess I'm not, is this the city program or it's just when staff decides they're willing to defer the payment? I'm not.
Yeah, through the mayor. Like I said, this is the first time, and as there is no formal program, but council wishes to discuss it further. I'm happy to hear discussion and on this item.
Mr. Mayor, I have to point out that the question of the promissory note is not accurately framed within this agenda item. It may be a very worthy item for discussion, but if you're going to go into great detail on that, I believe that should be framed as a separate agenda item.
Well, it does say right in the agenda report that at 520 Lighthouse, the payment was deferred. So, I mean, it's in the agenda report itself.
Right, but the subject of it is the status of the water allocation, water entitlement, and water wait list. So I'm not certain that the public has fair notice that we're going to go into great detail on the promissory note and financing issues.
Well,
Okay, so can I just speak more general then about the deferred
Please.
payment? How's that?
Please.
Okay, so, for me, I am definitely open to, being creative, but if the city is going to be deferring payments for the water entitlement sales, I think that, of course, they need to be equitable to everybody. For that sort of amount of money, $625,000, the whole purpose of water entitlements were to bring revenues to the city. I am not sure. I'm not aware that the city is in that sort of position to be basically flipping the note on this amount of money, especially, without any, I didn't see any money being put down. Anyways, I am disappointed that the deferred payment was not brought to council for consideration or discussion. I do have a question though to the city attorney, about this deferred payment. There is no council resolution. It is only signed by the city manager. It is not signed by the city attorney's office. So is it in fact a valid, it's not even notarized. Is this a valid document?
Through the mayor, I'm not prepared to talk about that. I did not review that as part of this agenda item. I'll be happy to take that for action.
Okay, so that's all my comments. I again, thank you for your presentation, and I would like to suggest that the promissory note component itself gets brought to open session at a later meeting for the mayor's consideration.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll certainly echo those comments about the promissory note. I brought that up at our last meeting when we discussed the budget. It's a large amount. They got an entitlement. They weren't able to receive their building permit without having a water permit, which they were able to do by basically with zero money down, accessing or securing a right to the entitlement water. So they received a benefit for basically no cost at all. And the fact that it wasn't brought to council is just, I mean, it's kind of mind blowing. We, out of the local water project, we are $600,000 in debt, and we had an opportunity to receive $600,000 in revenue. Instead, we didn't receive anything. I mean, we should have at least received something down. So this is definitely something that we need to discuss at council. It needs to be agendized. Our community development director said there's another one of these that's kind of in the pipeline, or the request is in the pipeline. We need to get this on the agenda ASAP. And I do thank Mrs. Aziz for her staff report here. I do, you know, there's nothing, the most abstract branch of mathematics that I know of is water math. So please indulge me. I'm going to go into your middle column, entitlement water available for purchase. So there's 11.4746 acre feet available of this entitlement water. That's waitlisted. How much of that is the Pacific Grove Motel or Hotel Durrell or whatever it's being called now?
I believe that's just over 6 acre feet. Originally, the applicant, I think, requested over 10, but
yes,
as we get into and closer to the execution of the building permit, the applicant is directed to work very closely with the Water Management District, and the Water Management District actually comes back with a much more accurate amount, and usually it's lower. And it seems that was the case also here. And the city waits to get written confirmation from the Water Management District exactly how much water is needed once they're in the building permit process. So I would say these waitlisted numbers are very general.
Okay, fair enough. So is this project, a final set of plans been delivered to the I'm speaking here of Hotel Durrell? Has the final set of drawings been submitted to the Water Management District so they can make a determination on the fixture units, et cetera?
Yes, through the mayor. So it's now called the Pacific Grove Hotel. It's a different owner, so that's a new name. And yes, it's in the plan check portion. These large, complicated, complex buildings is a much longer timeline to get through the plan review process. And yes, water management does have those. It's my understanding that water management is aware of it. I don't know if we have the exact response back from water management yet. But I'm happy to look into that to see.
Okay, that's great. And 6 acre feet sounds a little low just based on the room count I remember. But yes, that is coming forth. I guess the take home message that I would like to deliver on this one is that if they are looking for a promissory note, and I'm sure the word's out, that maybe we could even give direction. Well, let's give direction to get this back on council agenda as soon as possible. And thank you, Mayor. Those are my comments for now.
I'll echo all the concerns I've heard on in regards to the promissory notes. When I look at the table, entitlement, the middle column, entitlement water available for purchase, what I don't know is which of those numbers or water volumes have actually been paid for. So maybe we need a similar type table, but showing the amounts that people have paid the city for, or are thinking about, or are under this promissory note. So we have an idea of the flow of funds, where they are. And I certainly agree that we need to treat everybody that is looking for entitlement water, we need to treat them equitably. And I think that means we need to come back and discuss this at council. And frankly, I had some concerns about the signed water entitlement agreement. It didn't have any deposit. There was no expiration date on it, to name two things that I thought were really glaring omissions. I thought it was overly simplistic and didn't protect the city, but I'm certainly open for further comment about it. So I guess at this point, I'll turn to our city manager and our city attorney and ask them if they'll take this on, the promissory notes, and come up with recommendations on how to manage it going forward. And do we need a better promissory note format?
We can certainly bring an item back for city council discussion. I don't know. I'll talk to the city attorney. We can discuss how that report should look.
Okay. And perhaps it should be in the form of a resolution that the city council approves this this method of handling water entitlements, because as Council Member McAdams pointed out, there's nothing that I saw in the municipal code that refers to managing water entitlements at all. In fact, the code seems to imply that it's a cash and carry system. You buy a water entitlement, you put the money on the counter, you give it to the city, and you walk away with water entitlements. And this opens up a whole new dimension. I think this is ripe for council resolution on the matter. That's my thought on it. And then let's see, about how much time do you think it would take to come back to council?
We could come back to council probably at the next meeting or two, depending on what is already scheduled.
Okay. I envision that this is more of exploratory discussion. What are the issues? Because looks like we have a considerable number of people wanting entitlement water and quite a bit of water left. And then we also need to have the discussion about the local water project as well. So I'd like to start that discussion soon.
Mr. Mayor, not knowing fully where that discussion will go, I'd just like to point out that there are two different aspects to that discussion. One is purely legislative, talking about how water entitlements should be handled in the future, the process, the terms, the conditions as council may want. With respect to any contract that has already been entered into, then I'm concerned that we have another party, and that also then has some property interest values for that party, and they need to be provided notice and an opportunity to participate in that discussion to the extent that council wants to modify a prior relationship that has been entered into. So there are those two different aspects. I'm not suggesting that council's review should be constrained, but I just want to point out that council will be in two different modes, one dealing prospectively in a legislative mode, and the other dealing with the interests that have already been set. And that there's a third party that needs to be provided some notice of that discussion. And my sense is that could all happen at the 21st.
All right, well, thank you. We'll be looking forward to your counsel. I'm not sure I heard anyone. Well, I'll leave it at that. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just would like to clarify now until the water entitlements comes to council and we have either some sort of resolution or program, that no more promissory notes will be distributed by the city manager. Does that need a motion or?
Again, to the mayor, no, do not intend to do that before this item.
Councilmember McAdams,
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I had the same point to make, is that a moratorium on these promissory notes. And when I hear the city manager say they don't intend to do it, I interpret that as telling council they will not do it. So that's good enough for me. And I'll look forward to the discussion on April 21st.
I want to toss out a related subject on this agenda item, the water wait list. And I'm interested in council and staff opinions on it. I'm concerned that, well, we've got this water wait list, and as best as I can tell, we've got people been waiting for water for 12 years, maybe longer, I'm not sure. And I've heard that former planning directors had promised water was just around the corner. And I don't think we've gotten any closer in 12 years to supplying water for projects where there is currently no water meter, unfortunately. That's just a fact. And so I'm wondering why we are adding people, and maybe staff Director Aziz can tell me that we're not adding people to the water wait list, but I think if we add people to this water wait list, we're implying that, yeah, we expect at some point in the future that we're going to be supplying water to them or allow them to have water. And I think that's, at this point in time, we shouldn't be setting that expectation. So I'm wondering what people's thoughts are. And if you're also thinking that this water wait list may have outlived its usefulness, maybe we need to have a future discussion on it. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. Because it's gone on so long, like you've mentioned, there's a whole new, a dynamic develops around that certainly wasn't intended. But these people, as you point out, have been waiting a long time. So as far as being equitable is concerned, I just can't imagine dissolving the wait list. So, and as far as I know, there aren't many people coming on. I think where the hardship comes into play is where you've got people who have gotten their architectural review permits. They may not have a meter. So even if water is available and they had the money to pay for it, because of the cease and desist order, they can't set a new meter. So they can't get their building permit because they can't get a water permit. With that said, if they are going to, if they are in line for water and they have their permits expire, every 2 years, Anastasia, essentially?
Thank you, through the mayor. The permits are generally valid for 1 year and then eligible for 2 one-year extensions, so a total of 3 years.
Okay, thank you, up to 3 years. So every 3 years, their permit, their architecture review board or ARB permit lapses, becomes null. So they have to go through the process of reapplying. And, I've heard from members of the community that because they want to keep that ARB permit going, because they're worried about going back and going through the whole process of, a discretionary hearing on their project, they want to hold on to that permit. They don't want to give it up. But it costs money to keep that permit going, right? So what happens at the end of 3 years? Do they automatically have to go back to ARB, or Or what happens after that, after this deadline?
So through the mayor, it is an imperfect system.
That's okay. That's all right.
I think it is an old, and again, I think there are other members on staff that have been here longer than I have when this system was set up. And I don't think it was originally intended that property owners would be on it for over a decade. However, nevertheless, here we are. So how we try to administer it for those that can't move to the building permit process, because that's how the code is written. You have to be poised and ready in order to be on the list, you have to be poised and ready to submit a building permit. So you need an active, alive architectural permit. So when those expire, we have the staff has said to property owners, listen, we will not take you off the list. You can sit on the list, stay on the list with an expired permit. However, when the regulatory drought is addressed and you're eligible, you will have to come back through the process to comply with the current regulations, to do the noticing. So, the surrounding neighbors are aware if something's going on. And most property owners say fine, and they're on the list. However, you're right, there are some that just want to keep the permit active. So, one way that they've done that, and I think there's not many people do this route, but you can make a slight design change and do an architectural design change permit, and that can function as an extension. Again, it's imperfect, but I don't think that this system was designed for this long. And I see the city attorney, who I think has much more depth of knowledge on this, has his hand.
Actually, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I just, while the council certainly could change the water waiting list process, I just want to remind council that this is a creature of your municipal code. Chapter 11.68 directs that the water waiting list be created. It provides the criteria as to how one gets on that list. And answering an earlier question, that to get on the list, there has to be a written acknowledgement that at the time of the request, no water is available for the requested project. But the bottom line is that if council wants to modify the water waiting list process, it has to make an amendment to its municipal code or declare a moratorium in some fashion. And that provision was added in 1995, if you're curious.
Right. And 1995 was a seminal year. That was the year the water order was issued, 95-10. So getting back to the nuts and bolts discussion there are a few people who have this ARB and they permit, they want to hold on to that. They don't want to see it expire. So they come in, they make a slight change. They change from aluminum gutters to copper or whatever. And they get a new ARB permit. And that can go for another 3 years. Is that right? Theoretically.
Theoretically, yes.
Okay.
And by doing so, neighbors it follows the noticing procedures, et cetera.
Sure. So they have to be, it's the entire process. Again, some of the people who are doing this are complaining about the fees associated with making this slight change. Has there ever been have we done a fee study based on a very trivial change? And by the way, is any of this administratively approved, or does it all have to go back to the ARB?
I want to jump in because we're talking about ARB permits,
Well, we're talking about how the wait list functions as how people stay on, but I'll just finish up and ask, is there this criteria for the cost? It is basically based on our master fee schedule, and there's really not much that you are capable of doing to change any of that. Is that right?
Yes, through the mayor. Yes, it is done through the fee schedule, and there was a fee study that was done recently that looked at the magnitude of work and yes, doing these architectural design changes. It's still staff work and time and noticing. No, those are, I believe, administrative.
Yeah.
But there's still time involved in reviewing the plans and preparing the permit. And there is an appeal period as well. So in theory, it could get appealed to the Architectural Review Board.
Okay, I know I've dragged this out, but I think it's important for those who are have some questions about that they fully understand it. I understand it now, and I thank the mayor's indulgence.
No, well, thank you. Before we go to Councilmember Emilio, I just wanted to point out and get verification from Director Aziz. If you have a vacant lot and you get a architectural permit and get placed on the water wait list, even if the permits elapse, the architectural permits elapse, at least currently, there is no fee. You stay on the water wait list, you keep your position on it. Is that correct?
That's currently how staff's administering it, yes.
Okay. And just for the record, I am not suggesting changing the water wait list as it stands today. All right, Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we've talked a lot about this subject. Why not have a future agenda item and have Director Aziz present the information on the water wait lists and the who's and what's and why's and how long it takes. And because we've been hearing bits and pieces, but I'm just suggesting that maybe bring it back to the staff to bring it back to us.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, then we'll leave it at that. A couple of staff directions, unless Mr. Harvey or Mr. Laredo would like to weigh in at this point.
No, other than to remind you that we're going to item 9A as our next action.
All right, well, this concludes receive the report. Thank you very much, Ms. Aziz. And I'm sorry, Mr. Laredo, you said we're going to, oh yes, local emergency action.
Yes.
Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, as everybody here well knows, this is the time during the agenda when we discuss local emergency actions taken in response to the global COVID-19 pandemic and the Monterey County shelter-in-place order. As you know from reading the agenda report, we don't have any actions requiring council ratification from the time you last met, nor did we have any items that we've taken that we have listed for your general informational purposes. However, this is your opportunity to discuss enforcement efforts and items related to the shelter-in-place order. So with that, I turn the floor back over to you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
Yes. Peter Mountier, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening. So we recognize, Peter Mountier, PG Chamber, we recognize the city has an ordinance on the books, and I know you're getting to this later, prohibiting music on the sidewalks. But for this item, I wanted to suggest that the council consider empowering the city manager to suspend enforcement of that ordinance to allow live music to continue unabated until the local emergency action is rescinded. This should be up to the city manager's powers under his emergency actions powers in order to support economic recovery until the emergency is over. And I would just also echo the comments of Liz Jacobs at Wildfish. She nailed it. The music is very popular and it's been going on the sidewalk for a long time. So I would suggest that you consider that in lieu of taking any other actions related to a permanent ordinance, which I know we're going to get to later, but also considering a permanent ordinance when we get there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Liz, you have the floor.
Welcome.
If I could just say what he said, really, I just wanted to repeat, as it's now the right agenda item, and I think it's it's a lesson that we've learned from the last year, that we are wiser now. We've seen the benefit of this, and we kind of jumped into it without the ordinances as clear as they could be for business owners. And I feel it would be very supportive if the city manager could use his emergency powers to allow some more time for this to get worked out. It clearly needs to be regulated, I understand. And in the meantime, it's we have a very fragile first step in creating this reputation in Pacific Grove, and it's do we really want to give that up? We're attracting some very quality attention in the peninsula. I hope that we can protect this just in the short term, and then do whatever we're comfortable with as we go forward. But it's certainly a valuable thing. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Wendy Giles.
Welcome.
Good evening. Wendy Giles, resident business owner. And I'm just going to weigh in here very quickly on this matter. I don't think that the city manager should use emergency action to override an ordinance that's in place in regards to live music. The reason we have these ordinances is to conduct business in the downtown area in a particular manner. I'm not against live music or any of that, but again, jumping into these things without some real clear rules and ordinances and the impact to other businesses would be a good idea. We've learned from past mistakes of jumping into things without working through it, has terrible results. And I plan on commenting later when we get to that item. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other hands.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. There are two new COVID-19 free testing sites. One is a drive-through site, free, at the Monterey Peninsula Airport. It's open 7 days a week from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And the other one is located at the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce, which is at 333 Camino El Estero. And that one is open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. You can go to the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce website for appointment information. Also over spring break, our coastline was very busy with visitors. And unfortunately, when we see an increase in visitors, we also see an increase in litter. So I just wanted to thank our Public Works Department and City Manager for being proactive. They set out a dumpster at Lover's Point ahead of time, and they also increased the Public Works trash pickup to daily. And I'd also like to thank Amy Colony for collaborating with Sustainable Pacific Grove on the upcoming cleanup. Thank you.
Councilmember Podori.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a more general question. I've heard some public comment about live music, especially with respect to emergency actions. I know there's another agenda item later on where we're talking about permanent fixtures for outdoor dining. My question is, I think, more towards the city attorney. What's the best time for us to comment on live music? I certainly have some comments too.
I believe that's on your agenda later.
Okay, thank you.
I want to point out that Monterey County Emergency Rental Assistance is now available. And you could go on, well, I'm not sure of the county website, but perhaps we'll have something on the city website. But you can call United Way 211 and ask for emergency rental assistance. And there's certain income requirements. And it's for people whose income has been negatively impacted by COVID-19. So please, if you need that assistance, take advantage of it. Also, I want to remind folks that earlier we heard about our Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce and the Central Avenue Pharmacy working on vaccine clinics. So please contact them or look on their websites for appointments for vaccines. And as everybody, well, most people should know, the vaccines are now increasingly available. And I believe it's after April 15th that anyone over the age of 16 is eligible for a vaccine. So please, everybody, take advantage of that. And I've got, I wanted to hear from our city manager, Mr. Harvey. We've got City Hall that's opening up next month in May. And we just heard that the library is now open for 2 hours a week. Could you give us a glimpse as to the near future? What's going to happen at City Hall?
Well, actually, Mayor, City Hall has been open since the county went from the purple tier to the red tier. We tethered our being open, just for lack of any type of clear guidance or direction, to when indoor dining was allowed again. And so once moving into the red tier and indoor dining was allowed at 25%, we opened up City Hall and we opened up the library. And as the county looks to move into the orange, or actually we are in the orange tier, and indoor dining is now at 50%. The protocols in place at City Hall allow for that. There's no change in what you need to do. We have some safeguards in place. Certainly, there's a lot of things that you can do, really almost everything online if you would prefer to go that route. But if you want to come in person, there's just a sign-in sheet. You need to not have any symptoms, obviously, and we will take care of whatever your request or interest is. The library will also be expanding their hours. That's going to require some additional staffing changes, and we're working on that. And then, of course, the police department remains open, and Public Works is, of course, open too. So did I answer your question, Mayor?
Yes, absolutely. What's your glimpse of the future for when council is meeting in chambers again?
Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you. Sorry, that's a very important topic. This is a topic that is going to be discussed tomorrow internally with the department heads. There's a lot of ideas as to how this can happen, and certainly some city councils are already doing this and have been doing this. So we hope to have some suggestions on how the council might be able to do this in the next week or so.
Okay, great. Well, I think everybody is looking forward to it. At least everybody I know is looking forward to that. Thank you. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up a couple points that you were raising. So as regards City Hall, it's open up 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Is that right, City Manager?
Yes, Councilmember Coletti, City Hall is open regular hours for business.
Okay, so that's 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. And then the public library, I think I heard earlier that it's only open on Thursday for 2 hours. Can you clarify what that schedule is?
The public library is open more than just the 2 hours because there is a holds pickup process. It's only open currently for in-person visits inside for 2 hours on Thursday. However, we are looking to expand that. That will require some staffing changes, and so we are in the midst of working on that. So between the holds pickup and the in-person time, it is actually open more than just those 2 hours, but you know, we are looking to expand that.
Well, right, but it's obviously a much reduced schedule. So is this dependent on us moving in through orange into yellow, or how are you actually, what's your roadmap for the reopening?
So this is very fluid. As this council knows, you know, these tier changes often happen rapidly. And we're working with the library, trying to figure out the best approach, and we'll make some announcements soon as to the expanded hours. I'd like to point out that our city hall and our library are among the few truly open city facilities in the region. We're out there in front on this area.
Okay. And I guess finally, as regards to meeting in chambers, I would assume that would mean everyone who's on council and staff would be vaccinated before we all come back together as a group. And that's my final comment. Thank you.
Well, that's an interesting topic. I think Mr. Harvey will give us some insights on it when he returns. All right, that ends 9A, and we'll go into item 12B, concept review of permanent outdoor dining program. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do have a PowerPoint presentation, if that can be put on, shared onto the meeting. Thank you very much. So we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. Just some background. May 20th, 2020, Monterey Peninsula Water Management District, they approved an urgency ordinance, which was ordinance number 186. This ordinance waives the number of outdoor seats that a restaurant can have. So with each seat comes an allocation of water. And as we know, each restaurant is allotted a certain number of seats. July 2020, the Community Economic Development Department launched the outdoor dining program. And that the program included both parklets and also encroachment permits for both private and public spaces. And then in May of 2021, the MPWMD, the urgency ordinance, will expire. I have heard that they are considering, I heard that another urgency ordinance would be added to their April meeting agenda. And of course, that would be for the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District's consideration and approval and or denial. Next slide, please. So really what we have seen quite quickly, the expansion of our outdoor dining program. The first image on the left is Pepper's Restaurant. They have created a space in the one of the city's parking lots. And really for me, this area, as far as the parking lot, was underutilized. There were, I think, a couple of dumpsters in this area. And so they really created a nice space. That lot is quite empty, except for on Farmers Market, people will park there, but really not a loss of parking. The next image, I thought this was a very creative parklet. This is the space near Victorian Corner, and then Wild Fish, and then also Ariana's. So they collaborated together and have this shared space that I think is a very nice area for that part of Lighthouse Avenue. The next slide, please. And here's some other spaces that have been utilized. That's El Vecchio. The picture in the middle is a restaurant up on Forest Avenue. Mezzaluna, formerly Cafe Fina. And you can see how, for the most part, you know, our parklets, I think, are very tastefully done. I have looked at parklets in other cities, and they can be very interesting. And ours, luckily, are somewhat consistent. I know that several of the parklets on Lighthouse Avenue used the same contractor, so that has helped with their consistency. The next slide, please. So currently in our municipal code, outdoor dining is under chapter 15.16, which is sidewalks. Next slide. And really, this, for me, this portion of the municipal code obviously is outdated. Specifically, there's two sections of the code. D, which is eating establishments serving alcohol, shall delineate a separate and separate the sidewalk dining area with a painted line on the sidewalk surface, delineating the allowable area for the sidewalk dining establishment as defined below in subsection. And also G, use of sound amplification on the exterior of an eating establishment is prohibited. So clearly, both of those sections of the code are not up to date or current with what is happening. And, you know, quite frankly, especially with First Friday, we have not been following that code for quite some time. So, you know, depending on what the council, you know, how the council would like to move forward, I really think that outdoor dining is deserving of its own section of the code and not necessarily a very small section under sidewalks. Next slide, please. So just some questions to consider. Does the city even want to move forward with a permanent outdoor dining program? How many of the current parklets and or participants would want to continue with the program? And then also, which restaurants would be impacted by the ending of ordinance number 186 with regards to the water allocation? Because at some point, that ordinance will end. Next slide, please. Can the city offer water entitlements? Are there additional zoning or other amendments that need to be set in place? And then at some point, would the city charge rent for the city property that is being used for outdoor dining? Next slide. So the recommendations that is in the agenda packet, we're going to have a concept review discussion. If the council chooses to move forward with a permanent program, we may want to consider a separate outdoor dining ordinance, and then perhaps to provide direction to the city manager to come back with a permanent program for council to consider. And next slide. And that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
We'll now go out for public comment.
Anthony Ciani.
Welcome.
I just unmuted myself. I apologize for the delay. I think this presentation was a great presentation. I want to encourage the city to proceed with some form of formal consideration for outdoor dining, but I think the way to do that is to do that through a community workshop that involves the business owners, the merchants, and the community at large. I've seen this done. I'm from the San Diego area. I've seen it done with workshops inviting professionals to overlook the process and then contribute based upon the community input for the professionals to then contribute their ideas that would carry out what the community wants. It needs to be community based. And so my suggestion is, even though I've been a little bit critical about the City of Pacific Grove's practice of hiring consultants, I think this is a time to bring in a team of consultants to work with the community to address this in a very hands-on, physical way. And I really support the presentation, and it needs to be a separate ordinance, and it can be very successful. The Hillcrest San Diego area in San Diego, the La Jolla area in San Diego, Pacific Beach, Ocean Beach, all of those places have a vitality that is expressed in the outdoor uses, the public spaces, that brings the visitors looking at all use as something that they want to participate in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dixie Lane.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Dixie Lane, and I have a downtown business, and I'm also a downtown centric resident. And I attended the bid meeting this morning to voice my support for our local business community and share my thoughts on the outdoor dining program. And I wanted to share some of that with you this evening too. As we move forward to codify the outdoor dining program, and I have to admit, it's been a program that has brought so much life and vitality to downtown Pacific Grove, I would ask this council to consider two things. First are the fees that would, of course, be introduced for such things as the city space for the parklets, et cetera. And that they do that in, they introduce those fees in steps as opposed to all at once. As the business community returns to a more solid footing post shutdown, it would just be easier to absorb as businesses, you know, get back on solid footing. And the second thing that I would ask you to consider is that although the restaurants have enjoyed providing outdoor music to their patrons, that is unfettered and without objection, because all of us are working together downtown to survive this pandemic period. I hope that as the parameters, the permanent parameters for the live music program are developed, that staff and council will take into consideration that downtown is a mixed-use community of residences and businesses. I enjoy the outdoor music myself, but I want to be sure that I can still enjoy living above the store, as the saying goes, something I've done for most of my adult life. I love living down in the busiest parts of town and being part of it, but I do want to make sure that the music, the guidelines for the music will allow businesses and residents to live harmoniously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Mountier.
Welcome.
Thank you, Peter Mountier, PG Chamber. I want to thank Councilmember McAdams for bringing this up. Our restaurants need as much support from our city as possible. Obviously, the outdoor dining program has been a success thus far in responding to the pandemic. To that end, I think the city should consider implementing a program to continue that success. And we would also encourage the city to consider renewal of all current sidewalk dining and parklet permits held by PG restaurants and requests that you also consider waiving fees associated with these permits and the encroachment permits related to them just for this year while we wrap the pandemic up, hopefully. A total of 15 restaurants have either a public parklet or sidewalk seating, 11 with a parklet, 5 on the sidewalk. Additionally, when considering the drafting of any ordinance on a permanent downtown plan more broadly or outdoor dining program, we would encourage you to refer that work to your staff, to the Planning Commission first, and going through the structures we already have in place to craft regulations on this so that the public and our business community can have adequate time for equitable input and we can build it over a period of time rather than just hammering it out tonight. On the issue of rent, there is already a flat fee scale that has been implemented historically for one parklet in town. I would encourage you to retain that annual fee structure. It would help keep costs low, at least for now. If you wanted to change it later, you could. And on the issue of water and Ordinance 186, we think it's critical that the city and our business community present a united front to the Water Management District on this issue and suggest that our council send separate letters to the district expressing support for an extension of Ordinance 186 for 1 year. It would help give our restaurants ample time to recover further before existing permitting requirements are reinstated. And that, if that happens too soon, it would necessitate painful reductions in seating and staffing for them. You've already heard from me on live music, so I would also just encourage you to permanently amend the existing ordinance to permit amplified sound on the sidewalks next to restaurants for the long term. Other folks have spoken on how effective it is, and of course, we share those sentiments. In my 5 years at the Chamber, I've booked probably 100 musicians on the sidewalk and haven't received a single complaint on what we've done in the past. It's very important for the success of First Friday, Silamar's concert series, and our own. So the Chamber would be happy to meet with members of council to further discuss any of these items. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mo Amar.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I want to thank Council Member Jenny McAdams again, as stated by Peter. I also would like to thank staff, and I want to share with all of you that I've been in my job for 29 years now, lived in the area for 35 years, and the service that we have received from Laurel O'Halloran and John Keel were amazing. The word on the street is that Pacific Grove is the friendliest town when it comes to outdoor dining and parklets. Secondly, I'd like to share with you that the restaurants and the dining establishments are second to our lodging establishments in terms of contribution of taxes to the city coffers. And there's no better time than now to start collecting taxes and beef up our reserves. There is a parklet that's been around for 8 years, and I was involved in that ordinance when it was offered. Fortunately, Jordan took advantage of it at Happy Girl Kitchen, and it's done really, really well. It caters to a lot of the aquarium employees and visitors. Again, we have the tourist center down the street, and I do not recall ever receiving a complaint about the Happy Girl Kitchen parklet. Earlier, we heard from a speaker that said we need the community involved in the decision making. Absolutely, especially if you're a downtown resident. I would like to further state that the community has already spoken by the support and by the beautiful sound of the cash register ringing at all the parklet establishments. Whether it's Toasties or outdoor dining, the restaurants are exceptionally happy with the current position. And yes, the city needs to legalize it, look at it, inspect it, and approve it. Finally, I'd like to state that we would love to, as your Chamber of Commerce, as representing all the restaurants, to be part of the solution. And I have a lot of sympathy for our restaurant owners who suffer from time poverty. Unlike a lot of our retired population that resides in town that have a lot of time on their hand. Our restaurant owners are putting in 14 to 16 hours a day. And thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Liz, you have the floor.
Welcome.
So it's not Liz, it's her husband. This is
All right,
Kelvin.
welcome.
Oh, thank you. This is Kelvin. Just wanted to say that we've invested a huge amount of money into our parklet, and it was down to a feeling of wanting to make it work. We felt that we had to dining outside on our parklet, which we were given the opportunity to do, gave us an opportunity to say, well, you know, if we're going to have to, if we're going to have a restaurant, we'll have it outside. We have to do everything outside. We had to do lighting outside. We had to do, now we put electric heaters outside. We've had to put an awning up outside. Posts in the road to stop cars running into the parklet. So we've had to do this, and it's cost us a huge amount of money. And I don't really want to tell you how much, but it's a huge amount of money, more than we ever expected. And we continue to invest more money into it because we believe that the restaurant outside now has become much more attractive to our customers. And that's locals and tourists. They love it. And the music that we do is jazz, because that's why we're in the town. That's why we came to this town. We've been here now 3 years this month. We came here 3 years ago because of the Jazz Festival, because the Monterey Jazz Festival. Fell in love with the town, found this restaurant was for sale, and on the way home we bought the restaurant instead of buying a T-shirt, I suppose. Kind of an odd thing to do, but we fell in love with the town because of the Jazz Festival, because of we're jazz fans, and because of we're food fans. So that's the reason we're here, and we do live jazz on, and it's a real thrill to have these guys on. We have real thrill to have them. When we do live jazz just on Fridays and Saturdays, it's the weekend. It's the time for partying, and people have a lot of fun. And really, that's all I want to say is that we're happy to pay water. We're happy to pay rent when time's right. Right now, it's probably still a bit of a struggle because we're still investing, but we'll be happy to pay that as a restaurateur. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other hands.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start off with a question for our city attorney, who's also the attorney for the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District. What's his understanding of an extension of Ordinance 186? Is that currently scheduled? Can you give us any insight?
My understanding is that staff has been directed to return with an ordinance, another urgency ordinance that would essentially allow the existing rules to be extended for one more year. It hasn't been discussed at a committee level, and I don't know what the exercise of discretion would be. If I were a gambling man, I would assume that would pass for one more year.
Thank you. That's my guess as well. So we basically have a year, we have another year. And the way I'm breaking this down is kind of into long-term and short-term objectives. I think, well, first off, let me go back to Mr. Ciani's question. I absolutely think he's spot on. We need to involve the stakeholders as well as the community to get their sense of what they want and how they'd like to see this crafted. I think community outreach is essential on something like this. I think we learned our lesson as regards the lighthouse closure last year, so let's not repeat that. So involving community outreach is certainly going to be something important, both in the long term and in the short term. But for the long term, I do agree. I think we need to look at a new ordinance. I think that ordinance probably needs to be under Title 23, our zoning code. And as such, this should, our council should receive recommendations from the Planning Commission so we can implement an ordinance in Title 23 in our zoning code. And I think also the EDC needs to be involved. I mean, they are chomping at the bit to help us through recommendations to council to get us off, off the launch pad again. So I don't want to bypass them. Certainly we have to engage the Planning Commission to put anything into our zoning code, but we certainly need to engage the EDC as well as stakeholders in the community. So in the long run, as far as permitting parklets, I think we should do an ordinance, a zoning ordinance. And I think we should get this to our Planning Commission as soon as possible, as well as the EDC. As far as short term, I think we should update Title 15 as far as the prohibition on amplified music. It does need to come with some restrictions, as Dixie Lane pointed out when she called in. It's a mixed use community, at least in the downtown. And we need to be mindful of the residents that are living there too. That's all doable. I'm just pointing out and kind of reiterating what some of the comments have been. So I would support in the short term, getting this before council and maybe even get some feedback from the EDC on it as well, as far as the allowing amplified music. So I think if we break this up, if we bifurcate it into long-term and short-term objectives, I think we could get there where we need to go. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I want to say that I'm all for the outdoor dining for downtown. My wife and I have been downtown, and I think it's fantastic. However, this ordinance number 186, I think to kind of say it directly that the Monterey, this water district holds the keys to the kingdom and to the water kingdom, let's say. And I'm hoping Mr. Laredo is correct that they're going to extend another year, but I think that's the first step, because if they do not extend it another year, not only Pacific Grove is going to suffer, but Carmel and Monterey, and we all have the same water problem. So it was already explained by Mrs. Z about the water is scarce. So I think that's important to make sure that 186 is extended a year. And it does sound like it's going to be extended a year, but I just wanted to add that I think it's all great that we have the outdoor dining. I'm all personally, I'm full for it for our downtown businesses and on Forest and on Lighthouse there. The other thing I was going to mention was, well, that was basically it for now. Well, like I said, the music. I like the suggestion that maybe a Friday and a Saturday by the Wild Fish was probably possibly doable if the ordinance is changed. But that's what I'm not against music at all. So anyway, that was my comments.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Coletti. I really like the idea of sort of splitting this up into short-term and long-term. And then Councilmember Emilio is absolutely right. You know, this ordinance 186 is really going to determine the fate of an outdoor dining program. So for me, in the short-term buckets, I would like to see that the current permits be renewed for another year at no charge. And of course, this is dependent on the on another, 1 year of the urgency water ordinance 186 being passed. And also for short term, I would like to see amplified music being allowed. I think what Councilmember Emilio said about, Fridays and Saturdays, that's a great suggestion. And, some sort of separate permit, I don't know. I'm not sure, like staff can figure out how to organize that. But I do think that if it's ending at a reasonable time, 10 o'clock on a Friday night, 11 o'clock, there's no harm in that. And then as far as long-term, if we do have a year, that is plenty of time to do some outreach, time to, if we need to engage consultants, depending on the cost, I would be supportive of that. But I mean, to have a good year, and that's really why I wanted to bring this forward, not only because of the ending of Ordinance 186, but also, let's be thoughtful. Let's engage the community. Let's have a lot of dialogue. I love the suggestion about bringing this to the Planning Commission and the EDC. That's why we have those amazing community volunteers to share their talents and shine. So I appreciate everyone's dialogue and support, and thank you to the community members and the restaurateurs who provided comment tonight, and also to the restaurant owners that have really been putting in the work. And we've only had, I think, one restaurant close, but another one is opening in that spot. So, and also to the residents who first started getting to-go orders, and now we're still getting to-go orders and maybe outdoor dining a little bit. So it definitely takes a village. Thank you.
Councilmember Paduri.
Thank you, Mayor. I think there's a lot of good dialogue already on this topic, and I want to also express my gratitude, first of all, for Councilmember McAdams to bring this to the table. This is something we certainly need to look into from a planning perspective, and I do like the fact that we're thinking in terms of short-term as well as long-term. We've heard a lot of positive commentary, really, when I've visited businesses too. They all like the fact that it's live music is playing. We have something different going on. Frankly, when Councilmember McAdams was presenting the presentation, those photos, they were incredible. I mean, for a second, is it PG? Was my question. But I mean, certainly this whole thing has opened up the shape of outdoor dining in itself. I know there's actually a Senate bill out there which actually wants to make this a permanent fixture, not only here, but everywhere in California. So we'll see how that one goes. But having said that, I'm all in for it. I would say short term and long term. For me, short term seems like we need to look into water permits and the music. And I think whatever the city manager can come back to us with on those notes. I would like to know if the water kind of manifests itself into how many seating spaces we can have. I would like to know if that's also something that we can come back to as a recommendation for a short-term objective. And for long-term, I think as we prepare for the short-term, I believe that some of the long-term aspects of this would actually come in through legislation. So I think as water board and legislative actions take place, we may actually find ourselves in a better spot as to what we can do long term. But I'm all in for the suggestions. So thank you.
I'm hearing a lot of agreement I think I'd put a suggestion to direct the city manager to come back with a process. I think that's the value of this discussion, is to provide some food for this process, that our city manager would come back to council and give us his thoughts and as to where staff would like to take this. I just, couple of things, of course, I heard community outreach, great, a new ordinance. I think that's certainly the longer term. I heard the Planning Commission plus the EDC. I would add in the BID and the Chamber of Commerce. Well, we talked a bit about the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District, and our city attorney gave us his thoughts on where they're headed. I'd just like to remind everybody, we have an elected official that represents Pacific Grove on the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District, and that's Director Karen Paul. And so I encourage folks, if you're so inclined to lobby the district, to go ahead and contact your representative. I think I guess my ad is on the short term, yes, it seems like amplified music has risen to the top of that item. But I just want to point out the longer term, there's quite a few things, not to be bureaucratic about it, but we've talked about ADA compliance, pedestrian safety, design standards. I'm just wondering about alcohol permits. I thought the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control had some waivers right now, and I'm just wondering what they're going to do. And then the impact on the immediate businesses to the parklets that are not benefiting, the non-restaurateurs, how are those businesses being impacted? So I think longer term, I'd like to see at least some discussion on a wider range of topics before we land on something, and hopefully in a lot less time than a year. That's my thought. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to wholeheartedly agree with everything you just said. There's you have to involve everybody on this, and there are competing ideas on what the best and optimum program will be. So that definitely needs to get worked out, and in an open and transparent way. So thank you for mentioning that. In the short term, I think someone mentioned already sending a letter to the water district. I think that's a great idea. I think we should put that at the top of the list, especially if the water district already has this continuation of the ordinance agendized. And your recommendation to contact Karen Paul, I think, is great. And she's already kind of given us some feedback already on this. So I would put that as a priority, getting a letter out to the water district. And finally, I too want to thank Councilmember McAdams for carrying the water on this. This is good job, and thank you very much.
So let's finish up with Mr. Harvey. Any comments or questions for council?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I think, and this might have been mentioned, if it was, forgive me, but I really want to extend my gratitude to who I see on the city staff side as responsible for the results that you see today, and that's Laurel O'Halloran, our business ombudsperson, and John Keel, our chief building official. Council may or may not be aware, they're really responsible for the program that you see. today. They designed, implemented, and oversee it. Part of the reason I think why our program is so successful is we don't have design standards. However, we have safety and design requirements, if you will. The Laurel is a planner. John, of course, is a building official, and together they work directly with each restaurant, each unique location. And that's why you see some of the thoughtful designs that you experience out there. It's because of their ideas and efforts with the restaurants to put together a really great experience. So I just tip my hat to both of them. They've really put together a lot of effort, and that's why you see what you see out there. So certainly I can return with a process with some short-term and some long-term proposals. I think the one question that I'm not really clear on is, I've heard a lot of public comment from restaurant owners, chambers, et cetera, about wanting to continue live music under emergency powers. And I just don't know where the council sits on that. And I'm hesitant to enact something on my own. So if I could get some clarification on that, I'm not clear where we sit.
That's a great question. Who would like to weigh in on that? Maybe our city attorney would.
Just a note about process, if I may, Mr. Mayor. Any long-term rules, if they affect the zoning code, have to go through the planning commission. And unless it's implemented for an emergency, I'm sorry, there's some feedback here. We have to be CEQA compliant. And so all the aspects of noise, traffic, water needs to be addressed under CEQA and process that. There is a statutory exemption for emergency projects. So if you allow something to continue for under the emergency, there's a streamlined review process under CEQA. So I'm not trying to talk against it. I'm just trying to communicate to you the different process paths that needs to be followed.
Thank you. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. City Attorney, for that information. For me, I do struggle with the city manager using emergency powers to allow amplified music. I mean, I understand the connection of economic development, but it's hard for me to sort of justify that allowance. I'm wondering though, could we put a temporary something in place? Maybe the city attorney can help me with that. I mean, the only thing I can think of is an urgency ordinance, but is there anything you could think of so we can allow amplified music for say 6 months?
If you pass this as an urgency measure, then yes, you could be adopting it, and I think findings could be devised to justify an emergency during this period of time.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
I guess we need to define what short-term means then. Is that urgency ordinance or emergency ordinance, city attorney, is that something that could be prepared and brought back to us by our next council meeting? Or what do you think on the timeline?
I believe we could bring it back in the next council meeting, assuming there's room on the council meeting agenda. I think that there are 2 sunset provisions that could be contemplated, either tying it to the end of the statewide emergency or tying it to the end of a 1-year period. I would not feel comfortable having an urgency measure last longer than 1 year for that purpose, tying it to the pandemic.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Paduri.
Yeah, for the sake of my understanding, can't we just bring an item under the next meeting's agenda to say this is what we're going to do? I didn't get the emergency aspect. I mean, it looks like 2 weeks should be okay, right?
If I may, through the mayor, we would be able to put together a draft urgency ordinance for you to consider.
Sorry, city attorney, when we say urgency ordinance, and so in 2 weeks you come back with a draft, what are the next steps then? I mean, if the council blesses the ordinance next in the coming 2 weeks, then will that go into effect starting 2 weeks from now?
I believe it would need a first and second reading.
So that would be like first and second reading, as in like 1.5 months from now, if everything goes well.
No, the first reading would be on the 21st, and the second reading would be the first meeting in May.
Okay. And to just clarify, the urgency ordinance in contrast with emergency action, if the emergency action would take place today?
It would take place whenever the city manager implemented that, and then that would come for ratification by the council, or the opportunity to veto it, if you will.
So it's still like a 2 week gap, right? I mean, even if we go by emergency action today, it'll still be 2 weeks before we bless it.
The city manager's emergency action takes effect immediately, but to continue after that, it has to be presented to council, so council has an opportunity to, in essence, reverse the city manager's discretion.
Okay. My thoughts are, urgent or emergency. I think all that we need to do here is, from a music standpoint, we need to make a decision. I'm okay with like actually having something defined in the next agenda meeting and moving forward with it. Unless like somebody thinks that we need to do it within the next 2 weeks.
I think, Councilmember Pedori, I think what you're suggesting is an emergency ordinance, or are you suggesting something else?
So we've heard, I wouldn't say complaints, but we've heard from the business owners, we've heard from the community today, and I saw a fair amount of like, I would say email traffic around live music. So it is a topic that I at least feel that the community wants to have us take an action on. And that's probably immediately, because this is prime time for outdoor dining, for that matter. We're in the orange tier. We're going to expect more traffic. Knowing the businesses and what the businesses are expressing, I feel that we should do something immediately. And whether that's considered emergency or urgent, that's a language definition. But for me, we need to take a decision immediately.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just to put some legs on that, the only immediate action that can be taken would be for the city manager to exercise his emergency authority, and then that would come back to the council for ratification. The other path would be to bring an urgency ordinance at the next meeting for council then to deliberate and act upon.
Councilmember Pedori, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay with the emergency action.
Okay. I want to agree with Councilmember McAdams. I don't think this warrants an emergency action by the city attorney. Some people, yes, I can understand music is an emergency, but I'm hard pressed to go to that length and justify an emergency action. However, I would certainly support an urgency ordinance. And I want to point out, I know many musicians are going to use sound amplification. If we could get some acoustic guitars out there, that's not prohibited, but that would be my preference. Emergency and as far as the urgency ordinance, also something about putting some guidelines together on the amount of sound. We certainly don't want the Rolling Stones out there blasting away for, an audience of 100,000 people. We need something that makes sense. And maybe we could think of this as a pilot also, something that's sound appropriate. Any other council comments? Mr. Harvey, did we answer your question, or are we clear as mud?
No, thank you. I'll work with the city attorney's office for an urgency ordinance. It doesn't appear that there's support for action through the emergency powers, so we'll work to bring something back for council consideration at your next meeting.
That was a great question. Thank you for bringing it up. All right. Well, I think that concludes this agenda item. And given the time, let's take a break. And let's return at 8:38. It's a little over 10 minutes. Let's wait a moment till we've got all the council members. All right, the next item on our agenda is 12C, online posting of signed agreements, and that's mine. And Ms. Lindstrom, do you have those slides? All right. Next, please. So the purpose of online signed agreements is to allow public confirmation of council and staff actions. So when council gives direction or approval for city manager to sign an agreement, then it doesn't come back to city council. And so it's not, we don't have confirmation of when and what exactly was signed. And that particular information is available through the California Public Requests Act. But if we put it online, it provides ease of access. Next, please. So currently, of course, our records are all digital, and all the agreements are maintained by the city clerk's office. And as I mentioned, they are accessible through a Public Records Act request to the city clerk. So it's not like this is not available, but there's some hoops to jump through to get this information. Next, please. So what I'm suggesting is posting agreements that were signed after the first of this year of a value of $5,000 or more. And also significant prior agreements currently in effect. I'll give an example. Our trash and recycling hauler, Green Waste Recovery, that agreement was signed in 2014. And I believe is a 15-year agreement. So it's currently in effect. So that would also be posted online. Also, we could add MOUs, for example. Next, please. Why do this? Simply to enhance the trust, confidence of the public in their local government and what we're doing. Next. I've got a couple of options. Actually, when we started this conversation, myself and our city manager and city clerk, it morphed into what I'm calling option 1 and option 2. Option 1 is very simply a line that has the date, the title of the document, and a link to that document. And option 2 would have that, but it would, what I'm calling more complex, would have specialized software with a search capability. Maybe older documents will need optical character recognition, and a more complex with specialized software, it would become part of the next fiscal year budget and would be implemented sometime during the next fiscal year, presumably, if we wanted to go that direction. Next. So unlike what is written in the agenda report, which was to be presented at the prior meeting, the recommendation I have before you just moves the date forward of when staff would report to council. They would spend what has been described to me as about 6 staff hours to provide the scope of effort to implement this action and what would be the cost. So they come back to council on May 5th in a month and provide us with this information, the scope of effort and cost for these 2 options, and then council to hopefully provide direction to staff on what we'd like to do, option 1, option 2, or another direction, or not proceed. Next. And that's it. Let's go out for public comment on this item.
Anthony Gianni.
Welcome.
Thank you very much for bringing this to everybody's attention. As somebody who has submitted PRA requests for information, I think this is an excellent idea. And the reason is, I think it goes beyond what the mayor just presented. The public brings to the table its past experience and knowledge regarding the community and how things are operated. I believe that the recommendation in option number 1 provides a clearinghouse of information where everything is located that the public can go to. And the advantage of that is that it will, and I think this is something that should be done if you ask for a cost estimate from the city staff, is compare that with the cost of not doing it. What does it cost for the city clerk and all of the departments the city clerk has to go to get that information back out, retrieve it, research it, and then turn it over to a request? I think if the public can go to and get that information directly, it would save a lot of money and it save a lot of heartburn. It also provides transparency in what the city has done and is doing in terms of documents. With regard to agreements, I think it's really important to bring the experience of other parties from the community as to how agreements are formed and carried out. So without going into it much further, I just recommend that you proceed on the basis of doing either option 1 or option 2. I suggest option 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Inga Doimer.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Boy, is this long overdue. It needs to be brought. It's something that happened before, and in previous council, to my recollection, it was, a while ago, but it was definitely done. And it is a tool of transparency. And it just needs to keep going. It's a continuity of our history, our memories, and believe me, it would save me a lot in public records requests, just like Tony Ciani. I mean, the time spent on that. And this is information that's public information anyway. And to have it in an easily accessible space, well, it depends on how you set it up, but that we can just go to and do it on our own. And believe me, the council will find it to be a great tool also, because they can see what it'll be at the tip of their fingers on their computers, and they're quicker than I am. But I just wholeheartedly support this. It is just such a necessity. And we have been missing this. And this has really hindered any kind of transparency in government, local city government here. So I am so happy that this is here. And I just urge the council to go ahead and approve either option 1, option 2. Option 1 looks like it's going to be the easiest and the least expensive. And just please go for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wendy Giles.
Welcome.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Peak, for bringing this forward. This is a real tool of transparency, and I fully support this and really appreciate you putting this together. I know we do have a transparency consultant that is keeping everything very transparent for the citizens of Pacific Grove, although I haven't seen any of that. But I think that this is actually something that we can all utilize, and I hope the council will make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I see no other hands raised.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing this forward. I have a question. Isn't everything scanned and electronic anyways? Maybe the city manager can answer that question.
Through the mayor, yes, we have digital copies of the agreements.
Great. So for me, I mean, option 1 would just be the route to go. Everything's already scanned. It would just be really, in essence, of loading it to a Dropbox or a Google Drive or even a page on the website. I think, I mean, especially for me as a council member, I know that having this information available would save me a lot of emails that I will ask staff for copies of items. So just right there alone, it will be efficient and in essence, just save time. So thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to add that the employees MOUs are on the HR web page site already. And then I was going to make a comment later on on 13B about something also. So, but anyway, the HR MOUs are on the website for the employees.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing this forward. I really am excited to see this direction go forward for the city. You know, first and foremost, we have an obligation to inform the public how we spend their money and the processes that are involved in doing that. So, you know, the more eyeballs you have on these documents, and this speaks to Mr. Chiani's point about let the public see this. They have their own ideas, they have their own experiences, they have their own, you know, talents. And this is only going to help, you know, better our processes. So we've got a lot of smart people in Pacific Grove, and giving them the information is the first step. And I think it is an obligation. I mean, it's something we should just do. I like the idea of it, you know, kind of classifying this as a clearinghouse, putting everything together instead of having it in disparate sections of our webpage. And there's a lot of information that just isn't available on our website. So this is great. Very excited about it. You know, Carmel does this already. You know, part of their, as you know, they report on their check register. They also let the public know about contracts that have come up. This is just basic how you do business. And so I really will support this in any way I can. And I think option one, probably, since it's been mentioned that these documents have already been scanned or already available, we just need to put them in one place and make them available. So I think that's good news. And once again, I thank you for this. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also supportive in general of what is being proposed, but what I would like to, I rather prefer we do it the right way if we're doing it, because I don't know the number of documents are there. I don't know if you have to scroll through pages to get to what you need. I don't know if we need filters in place or not for any document. My suggestion, and I know actually the fact that we're going to have a new city website pretty soon. So why not take advantage of the new city website with some new functionality for this too, and make it option number 2, where it's done correctly, properly, and we don't. Frankly, one of my other objectives here is if this is functional, fully functional within the website itself, then we won't get any Freedom of Information Act requests. And that's really where we should aim, because if we do it half-heartedly, I'm sure staff will be tasked to do some more work in some form or the other through some email. So if we're doing it, just do option 2 and get it done with. Thanks.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And as I appreciate Councilmember Pedori's comment, I'm not sure if you're familiar with our agenda searching system, but it's pretty archaic. Even though it is new, it is very difficult to maneuver. So I just think simple is better. And they're already scanned, and I don't think it would take much more effort to just post them online. I know that there was a lot of anticipation and excitement for the new agenda system and also Microsoft 365, et cetera. And then, we just tend to always have issues. So for me, simple and inexpensive, and it does the trick. So I would just encourage you to reconsider that. Thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Well, I can understand what Councilmember Pedori is saying, but it's maybe a baby steps approach might be best here. To have an indexable database that you can search just on this, I don't know. I'd probably want to see a broader scope, kind of like what Councilmember McAdams is saying, that it should apply, website wide. But I do agree with you. That's where you probably should go eventually. But for starters, the idea that you just have one single clearinghouse or repository where you can find these documents, very similar to how we allow the public access to our ordinances and our resolutions. In that case, they're grouped by year, but the public can easily find the ordinance and resolution, comes with a description, what year it was implemented. So you can get a lot of information out to the public, even with option one, but with a mind of perhaps making improvements later. So I appreciate you mentioning that. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor, for bringing this up. I've heard different things. I agree with Councilman Baduri with the new website coming, but what about this with all these recommendations? And I wasn't sure. I have two questions actually, Mayor. You mentioned January 1st, 2021 is when this would be implemented. And no?
No, it would be all signed documents starting this calendar year.
Okay. What I was going to suggest was, the other suggestion was, what about having our technology staff through the city manager come up with a plan within the next council meeting, how this could be met. I think this might be some steps in the right direction, especially discussing it with our technology department.
Yes, that's excellent. Yeah, the idea was to have staff come back in 1 month with some further information with this input. Maybe that's a good time to ask our city manager whether he's received enough sufficient information from council to move forward on this.
Yes, Mayor. If the pleasure of the council is just simply for staff to take a close look at this and come back to you with our suggestions as to how to implement this on the May 5th meeting, we can do that.
Certainly, and the pluses and minuses of any options or any different, if your staff comes up with different approaches. I've simplified it to option 1, option 2, but if there's some different ways in which this could be done, pluses and minuses would be great. And it was a good point about our new upcoming city website. When is that going to be launched?
As reported in last week's weekly summary, it is going to be available within 60 days.
Okay, great. All right, if Mr. Harvey, you don't have any further comments or questions and council's finished, then we'll move on. Our next item is 12D, City of Pacific Grove and Curative Memorandum of Understanding for COVID-19 testing. Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. So as the council knows, earlier on I had presented a few findings related to Curative. Curative provides essentially COVID-19 testing services, and they provide what is called a kiosk for testing. And so at the last time this was brought up, there was a question from the council whether the health officer was supportive or not. So as you read through the agenda item, essentially we've gathered the support required for moving forward with the process. We've also reported on what are the false negatives and where the health officers stand with that. The other thing to note is also curative test results are being reported within the county. So there are essentially whatever is required from a COVID-19 testing standpoint, Curative is doing it. We also have a curative regional partnerships director on the line right now. Ben, if you don't mind, I would also encourage her to speak on this matter. My next step really is for us to give the direction to the city manager to move forward with this initiative. And I think one of the critical pieces that I believe that is happening right now, if I'm looking at it from a global standpoint, is there are now countries where even though vaccinations are occurring, the rates of the variants as well as the rates of COVID-19 have really shot up. And I don't want the city to be in a position where we're lacking in anything related to testing or vaccinations. So if Shoshana, if you're there, perhaps you can add on a few words as well. Mayor Peak, if that's okay, I would want her to comment as well.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry I can't be on video tonight. As Chap said, my name is Shoshana. I live in the East Bay and I'm the Regional Partnerships Manager for Curative. We are a COVID-19 testing company and we have a few different testing assets, from large drive-throughs to a mobile van to a kiosk, which is what's planned for Pacific Grove. The kiosk can test up to 500 individuals each day. It will be in operation hopefully 5 days a week in a fixed location in the city that's accessible and convenient for everyone to get to. We use a oral PCR self-administered test. So instead of the nasal swab, we have a self-administered test where patients are swabbing the inside of their mouth for 20 seconds under the direction of a healthcare worker. And then everything goes back into the kit. We ship the test back into our lab in LA, and patients receive their results within 24 to 48 hours upon receival at the lab. We also do vaccine distribution, but that's a larger conversation. I think it's really important to continue to have testing assets that are accessible and free to all at no cost to the patient, even as vaccine rollout continues. As we know, also, people under the age of 16 won't be able to get vaccinated yet. So it's really important that there are accessible and family-friendly options everywhere, really. And Curative is really happy to be able to provide that. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. We'll now go out to public comment.
Inga Doimer.
Welcome.
Hi. I'd really like to know what the cost is going to be. I heard in Chap's Councilmember Perduri's first presentation that, oh, this is free, they come in and all this, but there's going to be some costs involved here somewhere, whether it's with your insurance card or for, I mean, obviously they're in it to make money. So what is the hidden costs? Put it that way. What are the hidden costs to this whole kiosk, and where really would it go? So those are my questions, and maybe this Shoshana can answer them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should I answer it now? Is that okay?
No, let's hold off till
Okay.
we're finished with public comment, please.
I don't see any other hands raised.
All right. Well, actually, since we only had one question from Ms. Dahmer, why don't you answer that question?
Okay, it's a good question. There really is no cost to the patient and no cost to the city. The biggest ask from the city of Pacific Grove is a safe and secure testing location in an area that is convenient for the public to get to. Other kiosks in Northern California are in kind of large underutilized parking lots at the Berkeley Adult School, at San Francisco's Park Merced apartment complex. The cost to the patient is truly none. We are in this business to end the pandemic, and testing is an essential part of that. So if a patient does have health insurance, Kaiser, Medi-Cal, Aetna, Blue Cross, they present their health insurance and we bill directly to their health insurance. No patient ever receives a bill for the cost of a COVID-19 test with curative. There is no copay involved. All tests are deemed medically necessary. So in the state of California, you will not be asked to pay anything. If a patient does not have health insurance, like they're truly uninsured, then we bill the Federal CARES Act for the cost of their test.
Thank you. Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I just was wondering, Shoshana, just kind of, first of all, I think it's a great thing for the Pacific Grove community and any surrounding agencies, cities. I mean, once a person gets, if this goes through and they get whatever it is, swabbed in the mouth or whatever, how it is, and then the results come back negative, okay? Do they receive, like, I'm sure they probably receive some type of certificate saying, hey, you're negative for COVID. Is that, Shoshana, would you be able to answer that question?
Yeah, so all test results are delivered to the patient via email or phone. So they do get notified that they have a negative or positive result. There's also a way for people to log on to our website and find out that way. And we can always provide someone with a PDF document that kind of goes into more detail if they need the test result for employment purposes or travel purposes.
Oh, that was actually my next question. For travel purposes, would that result be okay for somebody that might be traveling to Europe or something?
Yes.
Do you know?
It is. It's 100% approved for international travel. The only exception is for the state of Hawaii, because Hawaii has been extraordinarily limiting in which testing providers they use. So for some reason, Hawaii is the only exception to that category.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm not going to Hawaii.
Me neither.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Pedori, for bringing this forward. Having access to testing is absolutely essential and needed to end the pandemic. And also, with having an older population, it's not always convenient to drive to Marina or Seaside or Salinas, which is where, we find most of the testing. I do have issues with the document itself, with the MOU. It does say City of Pacific Grove at the top, but on the signature line, it says Summit Public School. And all of the items in the MOU are numbered 1. And also the MOU lacks verbiage with regards to how we would get the kiosk removed, like if we wanted it to be gone. So for me to support this, I would need to see the MOU amended to reflect the corrections. And also, I would like to know what the kiosk looks like. And of course, where it's placed is in the city would be important as well. So, I don't know if this is something that we could have go to the Planning Commission or, just sort of have one of our volunteer boards and committees look at and really go through, but obviously the document that was provided in the agenda report is not acceptable. Thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, well, I've got a quick question for the city attorney following up on that. Has the city attorney reviewed this MOU?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you. I'm also curious to know where this would be located. What's its size? What is the expected duration? What's the potential liability to the city? How would it be secured? Who's going to staff it and at what hours? It's not that it's a bad idea. It's just that there's so many other opportunities that don't require the city to get directly involved. And of course, the devil's always in the details. So those are the few questions, or a few of the many questions that I have, is where, and maybe we can just start with, what is its size? Where is it intended to be located? And for how long? Thank you.
Councilmember Pedori, I think those questions were directed to you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your comments. So the intention was to actually have, so the memorandum of understanding, the summit schools mentioned in there, those are all samples of how the memorandum would look like. Essentially, the party involved would be the city. Summit Schools is a sample MOU for another city entity, basically, that has signed a similar understanding. So instead of Summit Schools, it will reflect City of Pacific Grove, but the language is exactly the same. And I believe the city attorney may not have seen this exact letter, but it's pretty much identical to the one that I had passed along with Summit Schools from a memorandum of understanding perspective. The other thing is just from how the kiosk looks like, etc. I had shared some, at least some sample pictures from an earlier presentation. If you like, we can, along with the revised memorandum of understanding, we can also put forth what kind of a picture or two around how the kiosk looks like. My intention for bringing this to council is to essentially say, direct the city manager to identify the location where this needs to be. I mean, city manager and the city staff, that is, identify where the location needs to be, wrap up the memorandum of understanding and take it forward. So where the location is and what are the, I would say, post curative testing procedures, they have not been identified. That's a fair point. We can wrap that up in the memorandum of understanding as well as to how the kiosk will be dismantled, etc. After it is done. So in other words, in summary, the next steps are for the city manager to identify the location and to essentially wrap up the memorandum of understanding.
All right, I'll jump in here. I would like the revised MOU plus the locations to come back to council. I think those are good questions. I see a picture of what you call a kiosk. I think they call it a vehicle testing, mobile vehicle testing. And it has chairs next to it, so it wasn't clear maybe the curative staff would be positioned outside the what looks to me like a pretty good size, big blue box with windows, about 7 foot deep by 7 foot wide by 8 foot high. Yeah, I would be very interested in knowing the location. And I was just wondering, this idea has you've very nicely floated this idea out, I think a couple months ago. Do you have any ideas where, or does our city manager have some thoughts on what are the most likely locations or location? I'm assuming we're talking about one, right?
Yeah, we did I did talk to the city manager on potential locations. So maybe city manager, perhaps you can comment on what could be the potential locations. I don't think we've honed in on a certain location yet, because I think it would be best to work that out with the curative staff. But I think we've certainly believed certain locations might work better than the others. So city manager, if you'd like to comment.
Sure. A couple locations that have been discussed include the courtyard area at City Hall, or some park or community center locations. The idea being allowing for easy to access foot traffic in a central spot.
I'm sorry, I heard the courtyard at City Hall, and what was the second location?
We don't, Mayor, we've not identified definitive locations, but the Public Works Director has looked at some options, and so there could be some spots in some of the public parks that possibly could be options as well.
Yeah, a parking lot, and when I see the pictures I pulled off the internet, they're in a parking lot, but in a park.
We again.
I mean, on the grass. I guess I just don't. I don't see this taking up real estate in our parks. Anyhow, I thought the courtyard behind City Hall was a great location.
That was one of the suggestions, but if you want to provide direction on specifically where you'd like it, of course, that's fine too.
I mean, if you want to nail that down right now, I see this doesn't take electricity, but you'd prefer to have a generator there. Is that right?
Correct. So it does, if there is a place for the kiosk to be plugged in, that's awesome. And if not, we provide a generator.
Does the generator run 24/7?
No, the generator just runs when the kiosk is in operation.
Okay. And is there a personnel standing next to it, or is it I saw a door in one of the photos. Does actually someone stand inside the
Yes.
kiosk?
Yeah, so there are two people inside. Usually the kiosk has a staff of 6, 2 people inside conducting the tests, and then 4 people outside for registration, signups, kind of directing flow of pedestrians.
And how many hours a day and days per week would this be operational, do you think?
What we do at our other kiosks is 6 hours a day and 5 hours. Sorry, 6 hours a day, 5 days a week.
And ideally, how long would you have this kiosk in operation in Pacific Grove?
As long as there is a need for COVID testing. The most important thing, which I also want to mention, is that we do really need, in order for the kiosk to be successful and be utilized at a capacity that makes sense at this point, we do need full buy-in and support from the city, and most importantly from the school district, because ideally that's the community that will be getting tested on a regular basis and most likely utilizing the kiosk.
Have you talked to PGUSD?
I have not. I really wanted to see if this was going to be a viable option first.
Okay, so if the school district said no, we're not interested, then the viability goes down. Is that correct?
For me, just because there is, if we're doing this and there are 20 people getting tested per day, it's not, it's just not a great model at some of our other locations, because the neighborhood school districts are on board. We're seeing 300 tests per day, even at this stage of the pandemic. So it's, we're able to provide no cost, family-friendly testing, but we need the families on board.
Sure, that's very understandable. I heard a question about security for this device or the kiosk. Are you concerned about security? I mean, if it were the City Hall courtyard, it's about 30 steps from the police station.
Yeah, I'm not so concerned with security in Pacific Grove. I mean, obviously anything can happen. It seems like it's in a very safe and central location where crime or theft or break-ins probably wouldn't be happening.
Okay. And if this MOU had a termination date or, could be renewed, let's say 1 year, what's your reaction to that?
That's fine. Usually partners ask us to start with 3 months to just kind of make sure that everything is going okay. And yeah.
Okay, three months. That sounds really good. And it looks like this just gets transported on the back of a flatbed truck. Is that right?
Correct.
Is it extremely heavy?
It's not extremely heavy. I mean, it's pretty hard to have someone just move it, but Curative provides all transportation and setting up of the kiosk and taking it down afterwards.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And I appreciate you being here to answer questions. And I think we need to add to the MOU the 3-month timeframe for renewal.
Okay, I'm happy.
For sure. As well as our city attorney to thoroughly review the document and change the names of the Summit Public School. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for following up with those questions. That helped me a lot. It looks like the hook in this is that it's really a service that's going to be intended to be utilized by the Pacific Grove Unified School District, the children, but we don't have any buy-in from them on that yet. And it seems like we're going into partnership with them to provide this service, but we haven't spoken to them about it. So that concerns me a little bit. I do notice in the MOU, it says something about we agree, we're the partner, we agree to advertise and publicize the mobile testing site. I don't know what that means. I mean, I get the concept, but I don't know what the specifics are. Does that mean we're spending money, or do we just put it on our website? What satisfies that condition of this MOU? I'm not sure about that. And have you looked at the numbers of students that are enrolled in the school district, and then estimated how many would be actually using this? I mean, have you performed like just a basic demographic analysis that supports the need? That's one question. And then I guess my final question is, are there any sites in Monterey County that have a Curative kiosk installed?
So we currently do not have any testing assets in Monterey County. No, I have not talked to the school district. Really, the school district, it's not necessarily a formal buy-in. It's something that we've been learning in the past month, that our testing assets that are highest performing are the ones associated with schools or in strong partnerships with neighborhood school districts, because students are the people who are still getting tested on a regular basis, especially those under the age of 16. I really truly wasn't sure if this was something that was of interest to Pacific Grove. So I wasn't, I was more taking this one step at a time.
I understand. I guess you probably do have in mind what your make break number is as far as the number of tests you have to perform a day to make this, viable, because you are paying for the staff to be there.
Correct. Yes.
And so you're not going to want to see staff just sitting there not doing anything. So I guess what do you have a number? Like, is it 100 tests per day? You said 6 employees? Is that right?
Yes, 4 to 6 employees, minimum average 50 tests per day.
50 tests per day. Okay, thank you.
And for marketing, sorry, I forgot to answer your marketing question. Does not have to be paid marketing, social outreach, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all of that, newsletters, that type of thing. And it's not just for Pacific Grove. It hopefully will attract, Seaside, Monterey, even Carmel. I mean, anyone is welcome.
That's good. I appreciate you mentioning that. Pacific Grove kind of is at the end of the peninsula. It's the end of the line, as it were. So it's just something to think about as far as reaching those other communities. And as far as locating something like this on open space, I don't think that's an option. That's my opinion.
Yeah, we also need a bathroom, so a public park isn't a great option. So that's why I think the courtyard idea is more feasible.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Councilmember McAdams, then Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. I do know at MPC, Planned Parenthood is actually going to stop their drive-through testing there because they're averaging about 20 tests a day. So, that was really my concern, is if there is a number that needs to be met, I'm not necessarily sure if you're going to find that in Pacific Grove. But, at the same time, 3 months, I think that that's absolutely reasonable, and there's no harm in trying that out. But I wouldn't want, the expectation of the company that we would be doing hundreds of tests a day, because I don't think that would be the case. So I just wanted to share that, but, testing is absolutely a need for school districts. And there is, especially with Planned Parenthood leaving MPC, there is not going to be really any testing on the peninsula, except for at the airport. They do have the drive-through testing. So, I do think that there is absolutely a need, but, there are some issues that would need to be rectified, and it is important that our city attorney reviews the MOU. So thank you.
Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. So I jotted down some points, and really thank you for all the points that were raised. I think one of the things that stood out was around the buy-in from the school district. And I think along with the points around MOU, disassembling location, I think it's important for us to actually find out from the school district at this point in time whether they'll be interested in this or not. So I think as a follow-up item, what I would recommend is we just, along with the city attorney reviewing things, we'll also check into whether the school district is actually interested in this or not and take it forward from there.
So if I understand you correctly, then you'll bring this back to council?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? City manager, city attorney? Would you like to weigh in, or is there anything we need to
No, thank you.
talk about at this point in time? No. Okay. Then we'll move on to 13A, Purchasing System and Procedures, Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have a presentation to go along with this item. Thank you. And so this is our Pacific Grove Municipal Code, Chapter 2.16, Purchasing Systems and Procedures. Next slide, please. So from the League of California Cities, I put a couple of quotes that are really explanatory. So the competitive bidding process usually involves public advertisement for the submission of sealed bids, the public opening of bids, and the award of contracts to the lowest responsible bidder that is responsive to the solicitation for bids. This process is almost exclusively governed by statute. The Public Contract Code applies in one respect or another to virtually all public entities in California. Next slide, please. The importance of competitive bidding stems from the California Constitution and more than 140 years of California Supreme Court precedent, precluding all payments on contracts violating the competitive bidding laws. Next slide. So there are 4 articles in our purchasing system and procedures chapter of our municipal code. Next slide, please. And then so Article 3, purchases in amounts over the purchasing agent's authorization. The city manager is our purchasing agent. And then public works contracts have their own article. Next slide. So how does this relate to the council? Obviously, fiscal responsibility, transparency, accountability, and something that I have included in the agenda report would be supporting our local economy and our local businesses. Next slide. So the recommendations that are before you is to provide direction to amend Chapter 2.16, Section .160, to include quarterly reporting and definition of the city manager's $35,000 spending authority, to establish a local preference procurement program. And what we're seeing in other cities is that they are asking that a small percentage, and it could be 2%, 5% of the overall bidding price is purchased from a local business. And that could be supplies, services, equipment rental, eating lunch out. I mean, it really, so basically what it's doing is it's really encouraging local businesses being utilized for our projects and contracts. And then lastly, for the city attorney to include these items and return with some draft language. And the next slide. And that's it. So right now in the section of the $35,000 spending authority, there is no reporting mechanism. And so, you know, I think for me, that is very important. You know, we're talking about accountability, we're talking about transparency. So I did include the numbers of the last fiscal years of what, you know, was spent under that spending authority. And, you know, I do think just a quarterly reporting is a fair and reasonable ask, and it will just allow the information to be readily available. And then with the local procurement portion, you know, I mean, I think that it's something that obviously, you know, we're not necessarily going to be able to enforce it all the time, but at least it's being mindful, and at least in our code, it's, we always do talk about, we like to support local vendors, but it's not codified in any of our city documents. So this is really doing that, which I think is important, especially now, right now. I mean, we need to be encouraging all of the contractors and consultants that work with the city to be spending their money in Pacific Grove. So like I said, some cities do 2%, some cities have done 5% in their local procurement programs. And, I think that that's really important to let our businesses know that we want our vendors to be utilizing them. So it's really being an example. And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
We'll now go out for public comment.
Inga Doimer.
Welcome.
Thank you. Council, Mayor, anything that goes towards transparency and more accountability and where the money goes is a very good thing in my mind, especially kind of discretionary spending. It's been long overdue, and I think quarterly reports are just fine. And certainly, if you want to codify some sort of local procurement, that's fine with me too. But definitely, it's a step towards more transparency and more accountability. And I'm all for both of those items. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other hands raised.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is a great idea. I think it's a great companion to the earlier agenda report we had about reporting on signed agreements. We heard from Ms. Dahmer talk about accountability and transparency. That's exactly what describes this concept. And I mean, just doing the quarterly reporting, I would enthusiastically support, but adding this provision to make sure that our local businesses also are part of the equation as far as our contracts and our spending, I think that's a great idea. So thank you very much, Councilmember McAdams. This is I think this is a perfect companion to the other item, and I enthusiastically support it.
Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember McAdams, for bringing this. To me, this seems like two different items clubbed into one agenda item. First, it seems like one of them is to do with city manager reporting, as what I gathered, and the other is to bring in local essentially purchases back locally. So I think, first of all, we need to separate those out. The second thing is, I agree with Councilmember Coletti. It's kind of like following the agenda item that was brought before this around reporting. So my view is, at least around, since we already have somebody look into the reporting aspect for the earlier agenda item, why not have them look into this one too, to see if there's some synergy that we can build with both these items. And as to the local purchasing, I mean, I looked up the report that was published from 2017 to 2021. I mean, does Pacific Grove actually have all those specialty purchases within the city? I mean, I would need some more information to make up my mind there, because that report only tells me purchases were made. It doesn't tell me where the purchases came from. It doesn't tell me whether that particular establishment is within PG or not, etc. or whether some similar specialty services available within PG. I think this also kind of complicates matters, I would say, moving forward. If you're planning to do something local, PG is itself like a small city, so if all those specialty services are available here, fantastic. As far as I know, that'll be kind of like hard pressed. My view is that when we're bidding out for anything, it needs to be competitive. And that means the city needs to get the best price. I agree that there should be some kind of like local preference. But for me, price like kind of trumps over like local preference in some manner, especially for large ticket items. And so to me, this just adds a layer if we bring in local kind of, how do we measure like something is going to a local business versus not? And how do we, what kind of like, it just adds too many layers for me as far as that local item goes. So I'm not supportive of the second item, but for the first item, certainly I think it's something that we need to look into, clubbed along with the earlier item, Mayor, that you had presented. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. Council person Pedori already took some of my thunder out of there, but I just was wondering, the 2.16 authorizes the city manager, we approved that at a city council meeting, to spend up to 39,000, not 35, but it's up to 39. And you know, we have auditors in maybe let's see, Tori Hanna could go into this a little bit more, but you know, we have auditors for all this, and this is one of the things I was going to talk about on the consent item. But you know, the auditor that comes, what is it, once a year? Is Tori on? Let's see. I think she might be. Yeah, there she is. Does the auditor go through all these? Everything, am I correct, once a year?
Yes, not through every single document, but what our auditors do is that they request a copy of the check register and a copy of all of our capital projects. And based on that information, they request samples. They randomly sample items just so we don't know what to expect. And for the smaller items, they will check for signature authorization and the correct account coding. And for the larger purchases, they will ask for the complete bid packets. And Public Works will provide all the documents along with the certified payroll to check to see if everything is accurate. So those documents are audited by the city on a routine basis. Is every document audited? No, but they are randomly sampled, and they do look at all of our expenditures as well as our bidding process.
Okay, thank you for that information. So we have mechanisms in place for any type of reporting, and plus looking into some of the awards we've received. We've received the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting 3 consecutive years in a row. We operating budget expenditure 3 consecutive years in a row, and then a Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for 1 year. And actually 2 of the awards we haven't even received since 2008. So we've received these 3. I think we have most things in place to cover anything. I've only been on, I always say it feels like 10 years, but I've only been on a couple of years here, and I have not seen any problems in regards to the budget. I'm kind of talking a little bit more about 13B now, but that's where I stand on this issue.
I thank Councilmember McAdams for bringing this forward, and I totally support the recommendation to amend chapters 2.16, 160 to add quarterly reporting and definition of 35,000, or what is now, I guess, 39,000. I think that's the reason for doing that is transparency. And I understand Councilmember Emilio's remarks about the auditors, and I concur that the auditor is going through and checking that our finances are in order, but the auditor is not looking at transparency and giving the public and ourselves a better understanding of how the finances go on a smaller scale. So I support that, and of course that would require a ordinance and the city attorney to draft up an ordinance amendment. In regards to the local preference procurement program, I agree with comments that is a separate feature, and I'm wondering about getting a better understanding of what that means, and to recognize that, yeah, we are a small town, and so what kind of services are available, and maybe to have other groups, perhaps the EDC or the Chamber of Commerce, to provide some input. I'm very intrigued by this. I think this is a great idea. I think this is going to need some work to figure out what makes sense for Pacific Grove, but I certainly wholeheartedly endorse the idea. Right. Other council member comments? I see we're coming up on 10 o'clock. Everybody's slowing down. Councilmember Coletti. You're on mute, sir.
I guess I'm going to echo a little bit of what you've just mentioned, in that, the auditor is, well, first off, the best auditor is the public. We're spending their money. Keeping them informed on how that's happening is I think that's a basic obligation that we have. And anything we can do to promote accountability and transparency in that regard, I applaud. So the ultimate auditor is the public, but also council needs the information. I mean, I often feel, at least in watching budget processes in the past, and I've kept my eye on it for a long time, is that council doesn't necessarily have all the information they need to know where that funding's going. And in fact, we just compartmentalize things. We say, okay, this is this bucket, and it can be a very big bucket, and this is what we're going to allocate for that bucket. But knowing what ends up actually being put in that bucket, we don't get to find that out often. And something like this that gives us feedback on that is going to allow us to better fine tune the budget. So I think this is important for just letting the public know, and also letting us know how the budget is actually getting realized. And that certainly goes for the check register too. But staying on focused with this, I definitely support providing a quarterly update. I think that's just like kind of we're getting monthly updates on our core revenue. Why would we get more, focused on the expenditure sides? And I think that's what this is doing. So I think that's important too. Both. You need to know the revenue and you need to know the expenditures, and you need reporting to help you inform your decisions. So that's why I support this. I agree with the mayor that the preferred vendor list it's tricky, perhaps, but not to forget about it. But I would really want to see this expenditure reporting move forward And so I definitely support it. Thank you.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of closing comments. When I started working on this agenda report and initially pulled the reporting or requested it from Ms. Hannah, as far as the city manager spending authority, I was thinking like maybe 250,000 a year or 300,000 a year. But 2018, 2019, it was $1.46 million. 2019, 2020, $1.265 million. And then this fiscal year to date, through February 25th, we're at $1.217 million. So, those expenditures are not audited. They are not individually audited. And the reporting was difficult. I mean, I think Councilmember Pedori is a little confused of what he was looking at reporting wise, but that's the city manager's spending. And so, yeah, it's confusing and it's a lot. And so to have it on a quarterly basis, for me as a council member, is very important because I want to know where that money is. We should all want to know where that money is being spent. It's our taxpayers' dollars, and if someone asked me, year to date, what is the city manager spending authority been spent on this $1.2 million? I have no idea. I don't know. Now I do because I pulled the reporting and I'm glad that I did that. So as far as the encouraging shopping local, I think what the mayor said as far as like engaging the chamber or the EDC, I would be happy if even there was just a card or a little blurb when we put our bids out to encourage that. It doesn't necessarily have to be a defined program, but just something. We do talk about shopping local, but something a little more to where the city is leading by example, and that the city is really saying, we want you to put your dollars into our local economy. And that could be as simple as the, construction projects get their materials from Hayward or, I don't know, you run to Ace Hardware instead of Home Depot if you have to pick something up. It could just be little things like that. But I think ultimately, they would pay off. And I think our small businesses would really appreciate that encouragement from us. So definitely content and happy with moving forward with the quarterly reporting, including that into our city code. And I'm happy to, just let the, the local sort of idea go or maybe not be completely formed. So thank you.
Councilmember Peduri.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify with Councilmember McAdams. I was not confused on essentially what that report was. I was mentioning that report in terms of what local spending is. I can't gather that information. There's nothing in there that tells me what is being spent locally versus not. In any case, I view this as a city council, city manager form of government. And what that means is we are giving some spending authority to the city manager. If that implies that we need to put some more controls, then that's what it is. But to me, we already had an agenda item today where we discussed some controls in the form of the IT staff getting back to us with respect to what kind of memorandum of understandings or documents are present, signed agreements are in place. I think it's worthwhile to explore this in the context of that same way. We're having a new website. We're getting some transparency in place by means of providing some signed agreements through the website. Why not make this the same experience for everybody? Why do you want to add on to those layers? Just have everything consistent. Thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'll I'll try to answer the question as I interpret it. The quarterly report would come to council through, just like, we get our monthly revenue reports, our core revenue reports. This would be a quarterly report on expenditures, and it could be broken down in a lot of different ways. But what's being proposed here is how the $35,000 spending authority is being used. So I think what this is opening the door up to is getting council better informed on our expenditures. I think we're getting a lot of good input on our revenues. We're not getting a lot of good reporting on our expenditures. Now, you could do a PRA request to, again, this gets back to that, generating that PRA request, having to go through the motions like Jenny has done, the Councilmember McAdams, and getting all that information. What she's trying to do is saying, hey, look, this is very interesting information I've found. I want you to also to consider making this a regular effort as far as understanding through council reporting what our expenditures are. And I think that is important. In fact, I think it's almost like it's just core level stuff. That's how I view it. And there's a lot of jurisdictions that are doing this already. I mean, Carmel is a beautiful example of how they keep their public informed on how things are, how the public dollar is spent. So I would like to see that. I'd like to be proud of that effort here in Pacific Grove. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add that, we're talking about approximately a $41 million budget. And sometimes I think we might be into the weeds a little bit. But I do want to add up, now I did have a consent item, but I'm going to try to combine this with this particular agenda item, because I know we're past 10 o'clock here. So we have an OpenGov at www.cityofpacificgrove.org/about-city-finance. And this provides the check registry. It also provides the transparency software, which includes budgetary data. And all this budgetary data is usually uploaded within 2 weeks. So the public is welcome to go onto this website, and also the city council, if they want to look at what is being spent. I just wanted to add one more thing is I looked at some data in regards to local cities. The average city manager has a spending authority of 48,548, and the median is 50,000. And I know locally, of course, MST is much larger than us, but he has the spending authority up to 100,000, and during the pandemic, 250,000. So I just wanted to bring those items up.
I'd like to jump in on that OpenGov online. Is this information, this quarterly reporting, is this available through OpenGov, Ms. Hannah?
The information is available. There is a check register online. It isn't within the same format that you see. It's in a more searchable format. So for instance, if you wanted to pull up what the city spent to say, let me just say TOPES, you can run a report on TOPES and it would show you all the expenditures for TOPES or all the checks that were issued. And what we could do is, what I'm hearing is there's a lot of reports that are being requested by finance, as well as we're involved on the contract side from the IT perspective. And there was also, I believe, one of the suggestions for tactics was to look at financial reports. It might be beneficial, and it's for the council's decision, that if if we looked at some of these globally, like what type of reports are we looking at and what types do we want? If we did a demo on the online system or offered like a virtual training to the public, is that something that could satisfy some of this? But like when I'm hearing the contracts and I'm hearing the purchase orders and I'm hearing the check register, one thing to be considerate of is, are we confusing things? Because when we issue a purchase order, we'll be issuing a purchase order to spend something. And when we go into a contract, we're issuing a contract to spend something. But then we have the check register that is more like, this is what we paid. And I'm wondering if by some chance we may be trying to confuse a couple of these things, or is there a better way to do it? Because it sounds like we might be moving, let's do this, this, and this, but maybe there needs to be some thought into what works best.
Thank you for that explanation. When you say contract, are you talking about the signed agreements? Because
yes,
I'm thinking signed agreements can be, 10, 25, 100 pages of text. But what we're talking about is just an accounting line. To me, they're very different things. Can OpenGov then pull up the agreement with green waste recovery?
No, and maybe that's something in the larger technology piece in a searchable database that could be done. We would have to look at that further. I was thinking in terms of if you had a list of links of purchase orders issued, and if you had talked about your first mechanism, from what I understood is that there would be a list of those contracts issued, and if you clicked on those, you could see the agreement behind them. So just wondering, yes, there could be purchases under $5,000 or minor purchases that aren't on there, but are we replicating or confusing with the three different things?
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, from your description, which sounds very interesting, but it sounds like it would require a lot more work. We don't have that system. So I'm not, I'm concerned that we just be saying, well, we're just going to work on a new system to handle all these things in a different manner.
There is the online OpenGov, which does show expenditures, budget, as well as check registers.
Okay. And you said these reports that you provided to Councilmember McAdams, you got that using OpenGov?
No, those were from our financial software system, but we do upload our data to OpenGov. It's different pieces that's uploaded to OpenGov. It's like it'd be best to show you a demo, but you can look at what department budgets were and what they've spent, or you could search by a certain vendor and see what was spent by vendor.
But not the reports that are in this agenda.
No,
item.
You could sort by date of check or request checks for a certain period, and you could see that, but it's not in that same format. That comes out of our financial system.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. I think to answer your question, and I've known about OpenGov since Patty Maitland brought it to the city. So I use OpenGov all the time. And you cannot generate a report like what Councilmember McAdams has done. And also OpenGov has some problems. The data can often be stale and it can be up to months behind. I found a check that I queried staff on that had been repeated several times. And they said, oh yeah, that can happen. That's actually only one check, even though you've seen it reported multiple times in OpenGov. OpenGov has potential. It's not for everybody though. Not everybody is going to sit down and learn its quirks or become savvy enough to understand all of the whole matrix of options that are available to you to get to what you're actually looking for. The check register is just a tried and true method. A monthly check register is just a tried and true method of informing the public of what the expenditures are. And I appreciate what our administrative services director has said, but I don't think it's as complicated as she may think. It's what we're trying to do is we've got excellent reporting on our revenues. We need to have excellent reporting on our expenditures. And it needs to be, it needs to be in the weeds, because that's where you catch the anomalies. That's where you scratch your head and you say, why this? And they say, oh, well, good question. Let's go find out. And this is what we need to be presenting to the public. I know all about OpenGov. I've used it for years. It's a bit clunky. It can be out of date, and it is subject or prone to errors. So I think we should rely on the core software that actually our audit comes out of, which is our main financial system. Last week we had our budget discussion workshop. We pay $53,000 a year for that software, so let's use it. So again, I just want to focus on reporting to the public and to council on expenditures and revenue, both. And the check register, just so everyone is up to speed on this, because I can remember when it was done, this used to be supplied. This is not something new. The city used to do this. I'm simply saying, let's keep doing it. And there are many instances of other jurisdictions that do it. Seaside, Carmel, Sand City, Ambag, Monterey One Water, the list goes on of jurisdictions that use this mechanism for informing the public about how their money's being spent. And I think it's just as simple as that. So thank you.
Let's see, where are we? I guess we have an internal accounting system that was used to generate the agenda report that's not available to the public. Is that right, Ms. Hannah?
That is correct. The internal accounting system uploads certain information to the OpenGov system.
And so the OpenGov is it's a GUI, right? Graphical user interface for the public.
Yes. And the data is uploaded usually within 2 weeks of the close of a month. The period when it would not be is at fiscal year end, because at fiscal year end, we would be doing accruals through the whole period and accruing expenditures and information back.
Is it possible for you to program OpenGov to produce the kind of accounting report that's in this agenda report?
We would have to look at that to see if it could.
But you can produce, you already have produced this report with your internal software.
That is correct.
Yeah. Councilmember Podori.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just hearing some other things from the Administrative Services Director. I'm not to the extent that Councilmember Coletti probably is familiar with, but I've at least gone into OpenGov, checked out to see what is happening there. I would agree with Councilmember Coletti that probably a report like that was presented by Councilmember McAdams, it can be readily accessible. However, I don't think it's a bad idea for us to at least explore whether Ms. Hannah can see if OpenGov can produce a report of this sort through OpenGov, because we already have a channel for providing reports as is. Might as well make use of that channel to do other things, and that way you will actually get monthly reporting rather than quarterly reporting, which will actually be better. So I'm not opposed to the idea of somebody exploring that option further. Thank you.
Well, then I suggest that we go ahead. We don't try to tell staff how to produce this result. We just indicate our support for reporting, to add quarterly reporting and the definition of $35,000, and then our very able staff will figure out how they want to do that, whether that's through OpenGov or they just prefer to use their internal accounting system. So I think we're ready for a motion, or let's see, is motion, or is this, would someone like to make a motion on this particular item? If not, can we direct staff to amend Chapter 216.160 to add quarterly reporting and definition of $35,000 for the city managers within the city manager spending authority, and direct the city attorney to return with draft language? Councilmember Pedori.
Yes, so I thought we were agreeing upon like just the staff, directing staff to find out what's happening with OpenGov to see if it satisfies the requirement. And there were two parts to this recommendation, so probably striking off the second part.
Yeah, the local preference procurement program didn't mention that. No, I'm suggesting that we support the objective and we don't ask staff, we don't get involved with staff on how they're, what accounting system they want to use. I think that they're the experts on that, we're not. So I'm suggesting we just focus on the result, and how they want to come up with that result is of their own decision.
Mayor,
Councilmember,
would you like a motion?
sure. Councilmember Coletti, and then, no, Councilmember McAdams, and then we'll do
Sure.
Councilmember Emilio.
So I move that we direct the city attorney to come back with draft language amending Pacific Grove Municipal Code, Chapter 216, to include quarterly reporting and definition of $35,000 expenditure.
I'll second that.
Oh, yeah, I'll second, yeah.
Discussion?
Yeah, Councilmember Emilio.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It doesn't sound, it sounds to me like, shouldn't we go back to the staff to talk about this and how they're going to be able to accommodate this particular concept review? That's my question. I think that needs to be done.
If I may,
Councilmember-
Mayor? Oh,
Yes.
That was in my motion, Councilmember Emilio, is for the city attorney to work with the city manager on the draft language. So that is in there. And so that is what the mayor is saying, is that they'll figure out the best way to do the reporting, whether it's OpenGov or whatever Miss Hannah would like to submit. So that is in the motion.
Could I amend that motion?
Go ahead, friendly amendment, or just an amendment, or modified?
I think, yes, friendly amendment. I agree with you, Councilman McAdams, but I think we need to include the administrative service director in this also, dealing with OpenGov.
Yes, I am willing to accept that friendly amendment.
Councilmember Coletti. I think I've lost track. Councilmember Coletti.
Yes, thank you. Just just to let people know, OpenGov is just it's a database portal. That's all it is. And it's only as good as the database. And the idea is that we get these reports as part of our agenda packet and that the public is able to review them. A lot more people are going to be looking at our agenda packets than they're going to be using OpenGov. So if the idea is transparency as far as generating the reports to begin with, it's not whether you're using OpenGov or the city's main financial software. It's about getting the reports in the hands of the public. And that's where I see this as being a real benefit is getting that information on expenditures to both the council and to the public. So what tool they use, I don't care. It's not about the tool. It's about delivering the information to the public and to council. And that normally would be done through an agenda report. Can be on the consent agenda, can be anywhere, but it's not about the tool. I just wanted to emphasize that, and I'll be voting yes on this. Thank you.
Councilmember Peduri.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just questioning, why do we need to amend the code for this action? Why aren't we just directing the staff to come back to us with options and how they're able to produce this report? Why do we need to amend the code? I don't get it.
Councilmember McAdams. I think that's your question.
You want me to answer that? Yes. So by putting it into our city code, the section that addresses purchases, it's codifying that. It's already in the code, the city manager spending authority, but there's no reporting mechanism. So we're putting that into our policy. It doesn't matter how I could care less how they come up with the report quarterly. They can use whatever software they want. That's not for me to direct. So we have multiple ways to get the information. The purpose of putting it in the city code is to make sure that whether it's now or 5 years from now, that the council and the public will receive this information. And that's the importance of putting something into any policy, is that it gives it longevity and it makes it permanent versus, something that you have to watch the council meeting 2 years ago to remember what you talked about. So that's the reason why we put anything or amend any ordinance, is to solidify it.
Got it. So thank you for that explanation. So to me, it seems like we need to, I don't know what the staff is going to come back with respect to recommendations. And frankly, I would like something in place where I have ready access to information. What if staff says OpenGov quarterly is not possible? Or maybe OpenGov monthly is possible. Are we going to go back and change the code to say monthly? To me, it seems like we're jumping ahead of the curve. Probably wait for staff to get back to us before embarking on a mission to modify the code.
I just want to jump in. The motion does not include opengov.com. It does not. It just specifies that there's a report out. It does not speak to the procedure, the software, the mechanism to get that report. That's entirely up to staff to decide what's the best way. I hope that's clear. It's you want. I can read the motion, and we did. Councilmember Emilio amended. It was to add the Administrative Services Director. That's not our authority. We only direct staff through the city manager and the city attorney. So I'll read what my notes are on the motion. Move to direct the city attorney and city manager to draft language for quarterly reporting and definition of $35,000. It's the quarterly reporting and definition of the city manager's spending authority. Has anyone heard that differently? Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that is this limiting the city manager to spend up to 35,000?
That
That's my question.
wasn't the intent of the motion. I think that wasn't the intent. No, it does not.
Okay.
It's just a reporting out.
I'll second if that's a new motion, I will second. Or are you just reiterating what the original motion was?
I was trying to reiterate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
We could have our city attorney have a shot at what he heard.
Was that a request for me to?
Yes, please, sorry.
Okay, my notes are very similar to my understanding that this is a motion by Councilmember McAdams, second by Councilmember Coletti, and it was to direct the city attorney to work with the city manager to draft an ordinance to amend chapter 216 to require quarterly reporting and a definition of the city manager's expenditure authority.
Thank you. And I'll ask the makers of the motion and the second, is that satisfactory?
Yes, with the understanding that the city manager would be engaging Miss Hannah and staff would figure out the best way for them to create the reporting.
Yeah, that's my understanding. We're simply asking for a regular report and a definition. So it seems quite reasonable to me.
All right, I think we're ready for a vote. Ms. Lindstrom, would you give us a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Pedori,
No.
Councilmember Smith, absent. Councilmember Tomlinson, absent. Motion carries 4-1-2.
Thank you. It's now past 10:30, so we need a motion to hear the last item. Let's see, that was from our consent agenda.
I have to ask you, Mayor?
Yes. Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, can that consent item be placed on the following agenda?
You'd like to continue this item 8HC, check register reports?
Yes.
Mayor?
Do we have a second?
I'm fine with that. I actually plan on bringing a new check register at the next meeting for March. So I'm happy to discuss the next report as well.
That's fine.
I'll second it.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Pedori, I think you've just thirded, if that's a word. Ms. Lindstrom, may we have a vote, please?
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Pedori,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith's absent, Councilmember Tomlinson absent. Motion carries 502.
Thank you all very much for participating, for being here this evening. This ends our agenda. Good night, everyone. Meeting adjourned.